Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with Season 4, Episode... Wait, wrong thing. Now, we are back with some more Shadowbringers, as is our wont. Why did it remute me? So anyways, when last we left, we've been doing some Boja stuff, and now we've done a bunch of Boja stuff off camera. Although, for the record, this is actually really irritating. So we did, like, every dungeon, every roulette, and, you know, we were doing fates, and it's like, hey, we did it! We hit 70. So we could come in here and do Boja, because Boja's amazing, right? Well, no, Boja requires 71. And let me tell you, leveling in this game when you are out of roulettes sucks. I just want to be very clear about that. I mean, that's always been true. That's not exactly something new, and in fact, I've actually already given this game a negative for it. But the fact remains, that was really irritating. Because, yeah, we had contradictory info that was like, hey, you're good. No, you're not. You're not. Anyway, so after smashing out another freaking level, we did get some Boja stuff done. You can see I'm now Resistance rank 5. I'll be talking about Boja a little bit here, having experienced bare bits of it, but we want to advance this quest because just like everything else in FF14, you have to do plot stuff to unlock non-plot stuff. And I want to talk about that very briefly. I know Valvedrix loves that. I hate it. It drives me batty how I have to do hours and hours and hours of plot content to be able to do other things, to have access to a vendor, or to have a feature unlocked, or to be able to go to a certain zone. None of these are hyperbole. Everything I just mentioned is something that actually happens. Like in this case, so here's the Boja, right? This is it. I cannot go past the... You can't see the mouse. But I cannot go further north because I have to do this quest. At least we think that's what's happening, because I am the right rank. I'm rank 5 now. Oh my god. Now, sometimes this makes a degree of sense. Sometimes it doesn't. To name an example of this, if I could give you an example of why this irritates me so much, it's the same reason I didn't like attunements back when they existed in WoW. Now, for those of you who don't know how that worked, let's say that I'm on, and I'm still pushing through. I'm max level, and I've got some decent gear. I've got decent level gear. And Rax is like, hey, Lore, let's go do Onyxia. And I'm like, sure. Well, actually, I can't. Because I have to go do this massive quest chain, which is very long, and, in that case, irritating, in order to be able to access Onyxia. It's the same general concept. I know that sounds like a weird complaint, but when you step back and look at it from a... Yeah, oh, good idea here. Sorry. There you go. Here's what I got. I'm pretty sure this is my max. Yep, it is. 480, by the way. This is why I said getting to 485 is going to be irritating. Real quick, thank you, Final Cloud, for the sub, as always. I'll put that towards dealer's choice. I will also... Notice I have to clean up my thing here. That doesn't surprise me on Mega Legion. I'm pretty sure there will be several games that will surpass FF6 in story positives. What'll really be interesting is when we actually review FF6 for realsies. No, really. Anyways, so I can't do Onyxia with my friend. Now, you say, well, just go do the quest chains. That's true, but A, that's a huge time investment for me, and B, by the time I'm done, they no longer have a spot for me. Now let's add in wrinkle number 2. Let's say I'm not the only person who needs that attunement, but I'm at a different step than, say, Cashel, who is at a completely different step than me, and Valvedrix, who is a completely different step from both of us. All three of us are just everywhere with regards to this attunement chain. So all 4 of us cannot do this raid, even though, by all intents and purposes, we should be able to. This is why WoW got rid of attunements, by the way. In FF14, it's not literally attunements, but it functionally, practically is. You know, in order to access Crystal Tower... Actually, I don't know if that's true anymore, but... Back in the day, in order to access Crystal Tower, you had to do the quest chain leading up to Crystal Tower, and then... Well, it's actually kind of worse, if I could be blunt, because then you have to do Crystal Tower 1, then you have to do a long quest chain, then you can do Crystal Tower 2, then you have to do a long quest chain, then you can do Crystal Tower 3. And I'm talking myself into a negative as I'm talking this out, so I suppose I should just give it. Oh yeah, that's true. They made Crystal Tower mandatory now, didn't they? By the way, hi Lahani, welcome back. Also, woo for 3D Doritos. Aren't those just bugles? Screw it, I'm just gonna give the negative for it. Negative for attunements. I get why they do it. I do. But the problem is, I think it's an invalid reason, because anybody who is interested enough to do the story is going to do it anyways, right? Like, I'm going to do those quests. I want to do those quests. But I also want the availability to go to a different zone, to access a vendor to buy some gear with my poetics, which are just sitting at 2,000, and to do raids with my friends. Last time I was playing this, which was a year and a half ago, there were several times where we were trying to do X, Y, or Z, and several people in the link shell were like, well, I'd love to join you, but I haven't finished the quest chain for that yet. And I was just like, okay. Well, go ahead and do the quest chain. Okay. And then we'd come back the next day. You get the idea. So, I'm just going to put attunements. So we've got zones, vendors, raids, dungeons. It's another one. Because most of the overwhelming majority of dungeons in this game are unlocked. And the only reasons I say overwhelming majority is I can't think of any that aren't unlocked, but there might be one somewhere. But I'm pretty sure when you start the game, you can't queue for any dungeon, which makes sense. But if you hit 15, I'm pretty sure you still couldn't queue for any dungeon. I think you have to go and, you know, do the quest chain. Hi, Mr. Red. I'm sorry you're not feeling good. Okay, so all of them... Oh, so I'm right. And again, how much of a problem this is varies, but I do legitimately think this is bad gameplay design, my opinion. Because again, it's not just dungeons and raids. It's features, too. Now, I don't remember all these anymore, but like, for example, I know the challenge log was something I had to go seek out and unlock, for example. You know, there are features in the game that have attunements to them. Anyways. I'm not sure I disagree with you, Omega Legion. But I stand by my statement. I do think that that is not good gameplay design, my opinion. Okay, so, having talked that out, let's switch... What is this ability? Dig. You can always buy a skip. That's an interesting argument. Okay, so, tank. Right, how'd you... Yes, I found a fragment somewhere. Where is it? There it is. I found 2 fragments, apparently. Well done, Blade Runner. Well done indeed. Now, before you can begin the extraction process, these shards must first be appraised so we can tell what sort of memories they contain. Okay. Henceforth, be sure to hand any fragments you find to one of our appraisers. In fact, one of them is stationed by that tent over there. Yay. I get several fragments, apparently. Hello, Seth Games TV. I mean, it is true, you can buy story skips. I actually severely thought about buying a few skips for some of my jobs for this thing, but they're really weird and finicky in how they work, and they only go to 70, which isn't super useful for this, so... Nah, it's fine, Omega Legion. We'll be fine. Blade Runner, we received word from the field. The Empire's forces have fallen back. In fact, our troops have pushed forward far enough to claim an enemy encampment. Hey, we might have to be able to unlock the zone. My commanding officer has instructed me to give you a brief tour of the site. That may be it. We may have access now. Yay! Okay, so let's switch back to Dancer. So, let's talk about Boja while we're here. Since we're about to do a squeamish here. So, first of all, this is Boja. I am overall pretty positive on this place as a design. Oh, Dancer's great. It's very quickly surpassed everything else for my favorite DPS class. I don't know why I did that. It looked like this was the thing. Wow, I didn't know there was different music out here. I've been doing this with the sound off, as per my usual idiom. And I need to go at least get involved in this squeamish. Oh yeah, Boja's legit. I am legitimately pretty happy with Boja. The only... yeah, even Samurai. I know you weren't here last night for this Belvedrix, but yeah, Samurai has been surpassed, I think, because the mobility, the fluidity, the always having something to do, the proc hunting and queuing, and just, I don't know, this thing sings to me. It even looks cooler. And you know how I am about cosmetics. Speaking of which, I should buff... let's see, who should I buff, guys? I could buff Rax or Valvedrix. Probably not be as reckless as I'm currently doing. Boja. So, I'm going to be speaking from some ignorance, obviously, but Boja's kind of awesome. You roam around, you do these little fates, because that's what they are. The credit kind of mostly shares, like, as long as you participate, you're part of it. It's very Guild Wars 2, and I mean very Guild Wars 2. To the point where it's actually kind of funny how much this is Guild Wars 2. I'm not sure when Guild Wars 2 came out relative to Eureka, to Stormblood, but I'd be very curious if there were direct connotations between the two. Not that I'm complaining, of course. As I've said before, I think the MMOs need to steal more from each other, not less. 2 Bojan clusters, nice. Apparently Eureka's based on FF11, that's interesting. Which makes me wonder how much of Guild Wars 2 took from FF11 at that point. Oh, I'm party lead, sorry, I didn't even realize. Oh, I'm not party lead, it's Valvedrix. Valvedrix! Valvedrix! Okay, we're good. Anyways, you roam around, you do fates. They mostly share. It's good experience. You gain a separate experience bar for the area. The separate experience bar is relative to its own individual progression. Pretty usual stuff. You get drops from enemies and from fates, and of course there's also these things, the thing that we're about to do, which is that one over there. You can see it on the map. Yeah, Dancer, I agree. Dancer is a beautifully designed class. It is a chance to have nothing to do, but once you hit level, I forget what the level is, whatever level you get Flourish at, which looks like 72. As soon as you get Commencement, or Flourish, excuse me, which is a minute cooldown, the dead zone possibility of of a dry proc spell kind of goes away. And at that point, you just have so much more ability to have a non-stop barrage of stuff to do, and all of it flows beautifully onto each other. You can tell they did the math in figuring out probabilities of how likely certain procs will happen relative to other procs, which then leads to, you know... I don't know how to explain it, because I'm terrible at talking, but it folds in on itself wonderfully. And there's so many ways that you can flow abilities in and out of each other. Like, for example... if you get a really good setup, you can do Fan Dance ability, Fan Dance 3 ability, Fan Dance ability. And I know that sounds so boring to say that, but it's really satisfying to pull that off properly. Anyways, I should probably buff Rax here while we're at it. The only ability you will not see me using here today is the buff, the AoE buff, which is technical step because I haven't done the quest yet. Right there, technical step. It's the only ability I don't have is technical step. But it will allow me to temporarily buff the entire party. And I know this because you have it in Heaven on High, even though you don't have it here. I'm not in a rush because it's a full run, Omega Legion. I know this may sound like a strange statement, but I do try to take my job seriously. So, you run around Boja, you do these random fates. That's cool. The fates give experience in metal. That's cool. This is also a good leveling zone. I mentioned how much we were just dragging ourselves to 71. I'm already, I think, 75? Wait, what am I right now? No, I'm 72. After just like an hour of walking around doing stuff in here. I actually screwed that up completely. Hang on. I hit the wrong button. There we go. So let's do this, and then 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 this. And then let's get pushed down to 1 HP because he has an ability that does that, because he sucks. I've actually already fought this guy. Now, the interesting thing about Boja, from what I understand, this is ignorance, is that the further in you get, the faster it goes. Like, the higher rank... And I can say this demonstrably, because I was paying attention yesterday. Oh, right. Over here. Yep, that should be good. Another complaint about the camera problem, right there. Yesterday, I couldn't see some of those until I did like this, so that causes issues. Anyways, I was actually paying attention, so I could demonstrably say that you gain a increasing amount of metal, even for the exact same skirmish, depending on your rank. So that is... Is that the middle, or is that the sides? That's the sides, okay. Good to know. By the way, just because I feel like flexing just a little bit, we were doing, I don't remember the name of it, but it's the guy who just absolutely smothers the entire field with telegraphs, and I didn't get hit my first time. In fact, I was someone who could have been selected for the solo fight. I didn't get in. It was like 9 other people, or 8 other people, excuse me, who also didn't get hit. But you know, I'm a little pleased with that. I'll be honest. But I did watch the Gabriel fight, so that was fun. This should be good. Nope. And I'm dead. Yep. Yeah, like I said, I wish I could zoom the camera out a wee bit more on those, but whatever. On certain one of these specific fates, you can get a proc. The proc gives you the ability to go and do what we're doing right now. These are nice, big, fun. These are basically bosses, and I know you're saying, well, of course they are, Laura. They have more health. No, I mean like in an FF14 sense, they are actually properly boss fights with mechanics. With mechanics, and I'm just gonna sit here for a second. Okay. With actual mechanics and gimmicks and, you know, features and all sorts of fun stuff like that. What's he doing? Dragon's Breath. Middle. Okay. If you manage these give like 1.5 million experience, I think, which is nice. But they also give a decent chunk of metal. And if people manage this without getting hit, and I don't know if this is true for all of them, but I know some of them, if you manage it without getting hit, they have a chance to go do a solo fight against a turbo difficult boss. Now, I hate to keep comparing this to WoW, but if you've actually done the Mage Tower challenges over in WoW, near as I can tell, it is near identical to that. One-on-one fight, very well tuned, very well designed, very hard. See, 1.9 million, excuse me, and 750 metal, and 2 lockboxes. That's what the other thing was. No, people have already pointed out the FF12 music, Valvedrix, don't worry about it. So that's cool. So we get into these little chains, and we run around and we do fates, and I don't know, it's nice to have something else to do other than roulettes and dailies, and then putting the game down for the day, as far as leveling goes. And it's also nice to have something to do in addition to that, if you want to. That, again, this goes back to something that I've been banging on about a lot when it comes to game design, and that is player choice. Not in a memeing way, not in a EA way, but in a literal way, I do like the option to, if I want to, go do more to get more experience, or if I don't want to do something else instead. And that's kind of what Boja is. Boja is almost guaranteed to be a plus to gameplay, at the very least one plus to gameplay. Now, having said all that, and having done this for a bit, I didn't know there was an achievement for that. Having said all that, I will say, I like the idea of them expanding this. They probably won't, and that probably sucks, but that would be brilliant if they actually did, I think. Imagine, now let me explain what I mean for a moment. So imagine you walk in here, and you unlock, you know, Boja. And let's say, because right now, my dancer is not a level 80. However, you'll notice I'm running around as a level 80 because they have that scaling tech in, which they've had since House of the Dead, I think, was when they first introduced that. So, imagine if they scale this all the way down. Imagine if once you unlock Boja, you can walk in here on any job and just start going through Boja and leveling in here. And that's nice and all. But hear me out, because while I think that would be a good thing, what I think would be even better for that is this would serve to completely nuke one of my biggest complaints about this game. It would be a trial mode. In other words, and because this is directly applicable to me, and I'm sure several of you know what I mean by this, this would mean, you know what, I wonder what Machinist is like at 80. Jump into Boja as a Machinist. Hey, let's run around as an 80 Machinist and figure out how it works. Right? At that point, it's effectively trial mode. We get to see how the classes play and see what we actually like, right? I think that'd be cool. I don't think it would kill roulettes per se, as long as roulettes keep giving marks. Now, that would probably kill leveling roulettes. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have data. So I don't actually know. We... Yep, we're in. Is there another thing? No. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just pop in. So I gotta tell you guys a story, okay? So I'm out here. Oh god, yeah, it was this guy. It was this guy. Alright, so I'm out here. We're doing this. I'm grouped with Raximus and Zira Hunter. And we're running around. Zira's on a healer, okay? Now, I've got aggro on several things. So my health bar is doing this. Now, I want to stress the way I'm doing this here. Let me make it so it's more obvious to see. Because my health is very... Like, I'm not getting killed. I'm just taking damage. Very, very slowly. At about half health, I'm like, could I get a heal? Could I please get... and then I die. And I'm like, what the heck, Zira? Turns out Zira, I'm guessing he, like, had this or something. Because he mentioned his map was completely covering his party window. So he's just sitting there, not healing me. And it's not like I'm just like, ugh. It was this slow melt as I'm like, wait, please, Eddie, heal. Just for a second. Ugh. Anyways. Are you danced? You're danced. What's our timer here? 20 seconds. Good morning, Sheriff Yoda. And yes, it's yet another Scorpion boss. So, this is a Guild Wars 2 boss. Some of you who have played Guild Wars 2 will know immediately what I mean by that, but for those of you who don't, just watch for a sec, you'll see what I mean. Nothing fancy so far. removing the safety locks. Towers, which are way over there. I'm not even gonna try. Here we go. So anyways, that's this boss, in a nutshell. That's why I call that a Guild Wars 2 boss. In the off chance you don't know what I'm talking about, there are several bosses in Guild Wars 2 where that's the amount of telegraph spam that they do. And that's pretty much their mechanic. Like, there's a specific boss I'm thinking of, it's actually a story boss, where there's a golem that's just going crazy, that it's lost its control. And that is just that's just the floor. While you're running around doing the fight. Yep. I think that's the first time I've been hit on this boss fight. As long as it goes up to 80, that's the relevant point, FFXIV. And, you know, it's well designed. You get a nice thing. Literally can't hit. Yes, there we go. Did anyone get in? I mean, yeah, sorry, up to level cap. Good. Yep, looks like we got an aces high. Rax is totally gonna get it. He's not gonna get it. No, I didn't hear that, Pika. Hang on. Someone brought up Casey Hudson. And Dara Mark. Take a drink. Or is it Mark Dara? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Eh. Go ahead and do the other skirmish while I wait. Lost actions? Lost actions. Lost actions. What's a lost action from FFXIV? Need to tag this at least a little bit to get some credit for this fight. Need to get my bronze. There's my bronze. Since yesterday evening, Giga Pudding. No, I have all the lost actions. I cast Ultima every other day. Did they start? Oh, they're already dead? Oh, never mind. They're still waiting. Let's see how well they do. So these are the solo fights. This is kind of a neat idea. Again, I like the idea of what I mentally think of as Mage Tower. It's you, it's a boss, and they are brutal. Very tightly designed. And can basically destroy you if you screw up at all. Several people I know considered Mage Towers to be the hardest content in WoW, and I would agree with that. The only downside here is that only one person of a group who doesn't get hit can jump in, which kind of sucks. If you don't understand why I say that kind of sucks, in Mage Towers you just walk up and say, I'd like to do the Mage Tower. Anybody can do that. As opposed to having to win the lottery, on top of having successfully killed the right thing, on top of having not gotten hit. So, here we go. See how well they do. The last guy I saw do this, it was actually this exact same fight, did a pretty good job. It's also worth noting, by the way, Mage Tower is better designed by this objectively in exactly one way. Mage Tower is class-specific. As in, there's a fighter... Actually, sorry, Mage Tower is spec-specific. There is an Arms Warrior Mage Tower challenge, you know? Actually, I guess role-specific would be the FF14 equivalent. So, equivalently here, imagine for a moment if, you know, this was designed for physical DPS. Or melee DPS, rather, sorry. And so there's a specific fight. Doubledrix, you gonna queue us for that? Doubledrix! Doubledrix, no! Anyways, imagine if there was a... if there were 4 specific to the role, of these solo Doom fights, and that would be the equivalent there. I get why they don't do that, it's a completely different format. Just commenting. Very nice. Overall, I'm pretty positive on Bozja. I'm gonna give it a plus, a single plus at the very minimum. Yeah, we'll unlock the second zone in a second. God, so impatient. But we will. That is a thing that's going to happen. How fast is the leveling in here? It's decent. From what I understand, you could basically go from 70 to 80 in a day, which, in my honest opinion, is a little slow, but it is certainly faster than anything else in this game, so it is a definite market improvement. Hello, girl. And considering you basically cannot even access Bozja unless you're already at max level, that means the leveling in here is innately alt leveling, and as I've pointed out many times, I'm in favor of sped up leveling for alts, not for mains. Which is a point I keep having to remake, because people keep misunderstanding my point on the matter. Like, I think the leveling speed for just your first character is fine in this game. It could be probably fine-tuned a little bit, but it's fine overall. It's leveling alts, I feel, is too slow. Of course, that is just my opinion, and I know a lot of people disagree with me on that one. As I've pointed out before, one of my major complaints with the alt leveling speed, yes, Justin, thank you for asking, is the fact that, you know, I am literally de-invested from leveling other classes because of how slow it is, because of how much of a time investment it is. So I've never done this one. I'll be wholly honest, I have a really hard time seeing the buffs and debuffs in this game, so I did not see that. But that would make sense. Oh, this one. Why did I lose target? Ugh. Whatever. Hey! I'm trying to group with you. And dead. Damn it, Omega Legion. I've been debating literally moving the enemy bar right in the middle of the screen to make it easier to see. I don't know. I've already got my cast bar in the middle of the screen for the same reason. Speaking of the leveling problem, and leveling being kind of boring, this is yet another reason why I think that New Game Plus should give experience. I know I was talking about this yesterday, but I mean, I don't know about you guys, but it would be a nice way to vary up the pace if it's like, you know what, I feel like doing Heavensward again. And you do that to level, you know? Chrono Trigger, right? I already made this point. Just gonna sit here and be invincible for a second. Just gonna chill. Just gonna chill. Okay. It's also worth noting, I was talking to this about, talking about this to Rax just last night. One thing I do like about 14 is they have been very consistently improving the game over time. Like, I have many complaints about this game, and it may sound like I'm down on this game. Trust me when I say that I am much less down on this game than I used to be. Because they have been improving it. Because they have fixed several of my complaints with this game over time. And since they regularly roll out patches, and almost every patch has at least some tiny little increasements? Quality of life increasing features every patch. I mean, hell, we're getting blue mode next patch. Which I'm totally turning on, by the way. I'm not standing in that. I have too little health. Sorry. I'm not gonna die for you guys. Hello, Zoctap. See, everything I have mentioned as a complaint about this game, it's entirely possible will eventually be patched out. The zoom out, I really hope they fix that someday. Because it is a... So, for those of you not aware, it is possible to have the zoom out happen just in code. You know, you could mod the game... Oh, come on! You can mod the game right now. This admittedly kind of sucks without a healer. You can mod the game right now to increase the camera out. You shouldn't, because it's against the terms of service, but you can. And I bring that up because that means it's not a code limitation. Like, there's a lot of things about FF14 that are in that tech debt we've talked about before, or have issues where they can't do these sort of things. You know, it's not possible, it's not feasible. But the camera zoom thing, they could do. It's possible. And so, by that purpose alone, hey, I could hit resistance rank 6, which I'll do in a minute. So, if you die and release, you lose rank. Or rather, you lose metal. If you die and get rezzed, you don't. At least I think so. It's possible I was still losing metal, but it was... I must have missed it then. I'll accept being wrong on this one. I was going to say, because I didn't notice any real loss when I got rezzed. So I suppose that's what happened. Okay, so let me switch back to... Well, let's just do this. Hey, what's up? That might have explained why I didn't even notice the loss. Welcome to Alana's Stand. If you wish to travel between here and Utius Aegis, feel free to use the Aetheryte shard over there. I'd suggest a tuning before you leave. One last thing, we've made great strides in our fight against the Empire. There's still much more that can be done before we retake Castrum Lacus Litor. I expect the enemy will grow more determined as we advance forward, but we must press on for Boja. And I believe you can't rank down. I don't know if that's true, but that was something that was mentioned to me. Okay, so now I can go north through this area. Finally. But yeah, when I heard you could lose Exp, I'm like, oh god, EverQuest flashbacks. The hell is this? Hey, success. Yeah, imagine losing a level. I don't have to imagine that. I played EverQuest. Gotcha. That's lost actions. Cool. Appraise. Yes. Lost Cure 3. Ooh. Lost Shell. Lost Cure 3 again. What else we got? Resistance Phoenix, Resistance Potion, Resistance Potion, Resistance Phoenix, Resistance Potion, Resistance Phoenix. Achievement blocking the window. Please go away. Please, thank you. Essence of the Martialist. Essence of the Plate Bearer. Essence of the Plate Bearer. Essence of the Savior. Essence of the Martialist. Not that I'm aware of, Valvadrix. Lost Banish. Lost Steel Sting. Lost Banish. Resistance Potion Kit. Resistance Re-Razor. Resistance Re-Razor. Essence of the Watcher. Essence of the Profane. Essence of the Breathtaker. Okay. Many things. Okay, so... Essence. I mean, I'll go ahead and slot Cure, because holy crap. Sure. Yeah, I did notice that. Right now I have 5 of 44. Sure, we'll go ahead and push that in there. Okay, so now my holster's updated. And I definitely know where to pull that up. Oh, it's right here. Yeah. We'll put Cure... No? Do I have to cast from here? Thank you, Fife. As always, for the sub. Much appreciated. I'll put that towards WoW BFA. That should be a fun review. Okay, so... Ah, here we go. Okay. Okay, that's a thing. Good morning, Glow of Alex. We'll do that one. Sure. I am ruminating on the memories of the fallen. Ain't that the truth? That's a lot of things, but I should really go turn in, so let's switch to being a tank. And let's go over there. Alright, what am I missing for this quest? Probably rank, I'm guessing, but let's find out. I think it's rank 6, actually, because I saw that pop up earlier. Yep, rank 6. Well, fortunately, I can turn rank 6 right now. As sad as this may sound, Blow of Alex, I was wondering if anybody would notice. Okay, quest. Apologies for the delay, but as you can see, the ether monitoring devices have finally arrived. Yay. I sure hope so, Zactaft. To both of your comments. Hey, it's Sunglasses Lady. Suddenly, I'm glad the chief insisted I make the delivery. I believe you and Miss Makoto ordered these. The spectrometer needs a touch more fine-tuning, but it should be ready in no time at all. The sensors are to be placed in key locations close to the largest ether currents in the region. Once Leisha has finished making the final adjustments to the spectrometer, we can activate them remotely and isolate the ethereal signatures we're looking for. It may seem somewhat far-fetched, but the theory is sound. Think of the ether currents as a stream flowing underground, which at certain locations converge into larger rivers. The streams can prove quite difficult to trace. The rivers, less so. As you might imagine, because the rivers are a confluence of myriad streams, it's no simple task to filter out and extract ether of specific frequency. Which is why before anything can be done, we need first a thorough analysis of the ether flowing through these larger currents. Once the signature we're after has been isolated, we can trace it back to its source. One current flows under this very camp. After getting sensors at 2 additional sites, we should be able to gather enough data to isolate the desired signature. Once traced back to its source, we should find something of a reservoir, hopefully with suitable stores of ether to charge the crystal focus. Unfortunately, the 2 remaining sites where we intended to place sensors are presently points of conflict with the Empire. Might we ask you to go and set them? Please, puppy dog face. Okay. Yay! Happy puppy dog face. I'll mark the locations on your map. Once they're placed, talk to us. I know this sounds rather hazardous, but if anyone can make this a success, it's you. So where are these? Up there. Okay. Here. I've been given permission to engage the enemy. Yeah. Well, that's on Valvatrix if she wants to. I'm fine with it. It's way down there. Do it, Valvatrix. Give in to your anger. Each passing moment. Sorry. You make yourself more a grinder. Sinister Wing has donated another sub, and for this he shall not suffer. Thank you very much. As always, I appreciate your continued support. I will put that immediately to the return of Obra Dinn. 18 to 48, yeah. Yeah, fair. Yeah, it's basically the only game that's been added in the last month that a lot of people have put money towards. Return of Obra Dinn, I mean. I added a timing tracker for when runs are added to the spreadsheet. And, yeah. The only one. Looking about the area, there's no way to cross the ravine. If you need to reach the site, you must enlist further aid from the Resistance. This should be interesting. I'm glad I'm actually a gunbreaker for this, because I have no idea what I'm up against. Fourth Legion? They exist? Like, I haven't seen anything other than one cutscene where Gabranth is like, we're totally gonna do something sinister and mysterious. And that's it so far. So I don't really have any thoughts on the Fourth Legion yet. The ground troops? Well, they are very troopy. And they're very groundy, too. Like, the other day I was like, I don't have any coffee. But I do have 4th Legion troops. And then I had Valvadric heat up some water, and we were good to go. I'll take that as a compliment, Blue of Alex. Initiating data collection protocol. You didn't want children, did you? It's okay, by this point we have so much magical radiation in us that I would be amazed if we ever have kids. In lore. We've confirmed activity on our end. The sensor is burrowed into the ground, yes? Excellent. The rest we can handle from here. Return to base. The Gimlet Dark is probably the most visually impressive place in the game, in my opinion. I mean that with sincerity. It's brilliant. This... Anti-tower. What the heck is anti-tower? Yes, Valvadrics. You gotta do the hands out in front of you. It's actually a law. There's Rax. There he is. Have a buff, Rax. Heavensward Dungeon. What's in there? Help me out here. Is that the one with the platforms over nothing? Because that's pretty cool. I mean, that's actually a really good dungeon, in fact. That's among my favorite dungeons in Heavensward. And I actually like a lot of the dungeons in Heavensward, so... I actually did notice that, Omega Legion. And I was actually thinking about how I would, again, expand on that very idea. I'm gonna die. That's okay. I accept my death. Healing. Didn't see where I was going there. Yep, so this is the bail moment. I would actually future-proof even more. I hate to continuously refer to, like, a 14-year-old game, but, there's this 14-year-old game called Guild Wars 1, which was absolutely brilliant in that it had a system called Heroes. And this area totally should have heroes. I mean, honestly, all of FF14 should have heroes. But this area in particular would really benefit from it, I think. These aren't... Oh, right, they have a huge lease radius. You told me that. I was gonna say, this is taking a minute, isn't it? We may die anyway. Okay. We did it! We lived. for those of you who haven't played Guild Wars 1, heroes are AI-controlled companions who you customize their build and their equipment and have a degree of control over them. Now that sounds simple. Heroes in Guild Wars 1 were actually beautifully complex. There's a whole series of mechanics built around it, and it would take me a while to really go into all the depth, but you get the general idea. It's very similar to Trusts for the Trust Dungeon thing they added in Shadowbringers, but even more so, because again, you could customize and control. Correct, Omega Legion. Welcome back, Laura. With the first sensor in place, Misha can begin... Wait, where did she... Yeah, very, very similar to Companions in Tor, yes. Which I believe is the only other MMO to really do that. WoW has dipped its toe into the pool, and so has FF14, with the bodyguards and the trusts, respectively. And why is it you get to stay here safe and sound while the rest of us throw our lives away out there? Oh, how she must have begged and pleaded for a Commander. Let her say, "Please, Commander Bashan, don't make me go. I'll do anything to remain at camp." And why is there this gunbreaker coming after me at Mach 10? Ugh. Oh, I suppose you've never been one above begging, have you? We'll see who's begging when I gut you like a fish. That's enough, all of you. Our fights with the Empire, not our brothers and sisters in arms. Should I hear so much as a whisper of demeaning remarks again, you'll find judgment not before a court-martial, but before my blade's edge. Am I understood? Thank you. The battlefield is not the right time for this. The battlefield is the right time for love. We all know this. Let me speak with them. I'm certain they do not mean to make such crass remarks. So you would defend them, then? Not as such, but you know how soldiers can be, especially those of supposedly gentle blood. They probably think of it as idle banter is all. You and I are from different worlds, Marsic. Do they really, Rex? Overhear them, did you? Oh, what an embarrassment. Dude, I love the Fate puns. I found a list once upon a time, this was over a year ago, of just the best puns in Fates. In fact, hang on, let's see, because there was one in particular that I vaguely remember. There it is. If it ain't broke. It's such a dumb one, but I love it. Sir, dost thou even heft? Bareback riding. Give it to me raw. Stroking the haft is one of them. Birch, please. Or should I say, Birch, please. Do spinners dream of electric rooks? All dogs go to hell. In the Sylphlands, treasure hunts you. Which actually makes perfect sense. My personal favorite, though, and I just found it. Here it is. There's 3 quests. The unlock quest for Sastasha is called It's Probably Pirates. The one for hard mode Sastasha is called It's Definitely Pirates. There's also a main story quest called It's Probably Not Pirates. Anyways, so, those buffoons are an unfortunate reminder of our past. You see, Bozor arose above its humble beginnings to become a prosperous nation, due in no small part to contributions of the nobility. To outsiders, it exemplifies the qualities of an ideal republic. Appearances can be deceiving, however. The disparity between nobles and commoners proved a chasm that could never be filled. Even under imperial rule, vestiges of that great divide would remain. I wish to believe everyone shared my vision of a unified Boja, where all were equal in dignity and rights. But there are those who long for the status and privilege of that supposed golden era, when wealth and power were one and the same. And for every one of the haves, there were 1,000 have-nots. Misha's family was of the latter. As a child, she walked for hours each day, to and from school, in hope of a better life. The Imperials recognized her dedication and saw fit to educate her. Her talent has earned her no small amount of envy from her peers. Nevertheless, she is a faultless example of what a good soldier should be. That anyone take her for being lowborn as justification for ridicule is absurd, and I will not stand for it. Might I ask you keep this between us? While I'm loath to sweep such matters under the rug, to address them here and now could very well undermine all we have fought to achieve. Yeah, a pseudo-feudalistic society has issues with classism. Who knew? Not on camera, no, Remedy's Exion. Notorious pigs. The very moment our analysis of the ether current is complete, you'll be the first to know, though I'm afraid we must ask you to delve deeper into enemy territory. Yes, you can count on me. So the next one requires rank 7. Yeah, that's what I figured. We're actually not too far off from there right now. So let's go check out this new area, shall we? Except everyone's doing Castrum right now, aren't they? Hey, it's Zira, the great healer. I sure hope so, Giga Pudding. He's just so dreamy. If we have a healer, I would feel far more confident in our chances of actually doing something. Like, last night, we had we had no real issues doing fates or skirmishes or whatever without the group. It's just we've had a healer. If we have a healer, though, because I can't heal, I need to be a dancer. I need to do this and this, and that's it. I can only do 2 right now. Actually, hang on 1 second. Give me 1 second. Have I gotten any? I guess not. I need Memories of the Dying? How many? Oh, I need right. I need 20 here. That's what I'm having issues with. And let's see. What am I up to? There. I'm up to 8. I'm up to 8 Memories of the Dying. I don't know what Winds on the Plain is, but thank you, Zira. At some point, I would like to advance this quest too, but that's probably better left for off-camera stuff. I don't mind doing some of this on camera, since we are reviewing, but I was talking... It's actually funny, I was talking to Gary, and I was like, yeah, I haven't had a lot of time to do anything except for FF14 lately, because, you know, it's an MMO, and every MMO in the freaking world, other than, I think STO, is just a thing to stream, by their very nature. It's not a complaint, it's a statement of fact. Okay, so let's go see if we can do one of these other area fates, shall we? Because we haven't actually... No, wait, Remedy, no! It's okay! Don't hate me. Sure. Where's... I lost her. There she is. I mean, since I have Shell here, I might as well do it. Oh, dude. So, in WoW, in the most recent expansion... Yeah, where's my Raxi Taxi? Yes, it did, SJ, thank you. In the most recent expansion, they re-added some of the group buffs. And it's been such a No! Wait! Raxi Taxi! Come back! They re-added some, group buffs. And it's been so hard getting back into the habit of casting, Fort. When they haven't had Fort in forever. And you get the idea. Hell, for the longest time in this game, whenever I'd start a dungeon, I would immediately reach over to hit Protect and be like, oh yeah. Alright, who's ready to die? Be a little cautious here. There's actually a group. Yay. Let's just follow the group, I guess. I trust them. Yeah, time dilation. It solves every problem. The time dilation is the Eagles of FF14. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Oh, there's another one. I'm sorry, I find that funny because I spent all that time talking about gating and attunementing and... It would be Private Runner, if you think about it. I know, right, Omega Legion? I mean, in fairness, WoW suffers the exact same problem. What's that? You've personally killed Deathwing, the Lich King, and Cthulhu? Get in. Get your stripes on, soldier. There's actually a quest in BFA that lets you call them out for that. Like, do you not know who I am? And the guy's like, I don't care who you are. Ooh, there we go. Sure. So let's get a feel for how many we need here. Looks like about 50-ish. Bare minimum 25. I have no idea, Pika. The odds of us finishing before Tuesday is almost non-existent, I'll put it to you that way. We will only be doing one thing in 5.4. I will deliberately not be doing the MSQ in 5.4 next week. That'll be fun. Sorry, 2 things. I forgot Emerald's coming out. My bad. So we'll be doing 2 things in 5.4. Eden and Emerald. And that's it. Yeah, I've heard that argument a lot, Omega Legion. And I don't want to dismiss other people's opinions, but it's always kind of made me go, huh? For the reason you just mentioned. I mean, we haven't been nobody since BC, you know? No, I was just memeing, Mr. Red. What level am I, anyways? 73. What is it? Ah, what do you know? Okay, I'll heal you, Zera. Zera doesn't know how to heal, as we've already discussed, so... Hey, a cluster. Woo. Whatever. By the way, to give you guys a little bit of an idea of the math, each one of these little fate skirmishes we're doing is worth 4 times the amount of experience that a quest is out in the world. I was looking up specific quest markers. Or experience markers, excuse me, because we were kind of min-maxing our leveling yesterday, so I started looking up actual numbers. Okay, so we still got like 3,500 metal to the next rank, and I'm only level 73, so this is when we're going to go ahead and pause Boja for now and move on. I am going to do, with your guys' permission, one other very quick thing, which will not take me long. But I do want to get it out of the way very quickly here. Not many people know that, Omega Legion. Ugh, not a good bundle. In fact, actually. Wait. Sephiroth existed before FF7? Mind blown. Or Mind Freak, or whatever that is. Hello? There we go. Favorite zone in this game? Oh, I have no idea. I'd have to think about that. Yeah, Tempest is the first thing that came to mind. Let's do this first. Wait, that's... Ah, it's over here. It's this one. That's this one. If I wasn't going to go with Tempest, though... I mean, I guess a city does count. Kind of. It's cheating, but it counts. Yeah, unfortunately, Deathwing is very powerful, but Bahamut is stupid powerful. It's actually kind of sad when I say that out loud, because Deathwing really is very powerful, and it's just sort of sad that Bahamut is that much stronger than him. What city would I consider my home in 14? Probably Ul'dah, if I had to. Let me think about that for a second. That's true about Falkenstein. Now, interestingly enough... Oh, Ishgard didn't even occur to me. Yeah, no, I'd go with Ul'dah. Interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure Sargeras is stronger than Bahamut, but he frickin' better be. Although I'll admit it's a little closer than it probably should be. Yeah, I don't care. So hey, while we're here... Nah, I'm not showing off the fairy stuff on camera, so I don't care. Although... No, that's okay, I can do that tonight. Okay. 5 point whatever. So let's switch back to Goon for the moment. Head back to Prey Return, etc., etc. Yeah, I know, Giga Pudding. I'll do that later, though. Because I don't really care. I mean, I care, but I have literally 12 hours to do that. Or, excuse me, I have literally 24 hours to do that. I am doing 5 point whatever this is. And then immediately after 5 point whatever this is, we'll be doing the Eden stuff. Oh, okay. Okay. Because this is 5 point whatever. And then I'm pretty sure we'll be baking in Eden 1 and 2 right after this. I think. Please feel free to correct me, because I'm either doing it after 5.2 or 5.3 and I forget which, so whatever. Damn it, I thought I'd be voice acted. What a pleasant surprise. You've stolen my voice, that's how pleasantly I'm surprised. If you've come to inquire after the Archon, Sphere Knight Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. Deja vu. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. Well, thank you, Darth Tyrant. I was actually going to ask you guys how you felt I was doing, since the original impetus for starting the new campaign was to see if I'm still a good GM. The secondary impetus is to fill out the lore of the setting, but, you know. Okay, so it is after 5.2 we're going to do Eden. Okay, just wanted to make sure. If only we could go with you to the first and help. You don't want to do that. Maxima! It's been too long, my friend. Have I jotted down a positive for him? I think I have. Where's my positives? It is! There it is! Maxima, right there. Okay, making sure. Oh, hang on, I need to type. I'll do that when we have a cutscene. Forgive me, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Alden, offering what counsel I can in hopes of resolving greater conflict in the Empire. Oh, by the way, I keep referencing how similar the Garleans are to Rome, almost assuredly deliberately. So that's not it's not a dig. There are conflicting accounts about this, but one thing that tended to happen pretty frequently, Britain, excuse me, was that people who were Romans would stop being loyal to Rome and would become loyal to their individual provinces and kind of help, and basically turncoat to be a member of that province and a provincial rather than a core Roman. And I only mention that because, well, we've got Cid, we've got Maxima. Anyways. I feel like there's another one that I'm not remembering right now. I've heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind. You said you have urgent news? Indeed, as you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor, who claims this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone, though I'm not as well versed in the affairs of the city-states as our comrades. I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all of this. Yes, of course, we must make for the Alamegan corridor with all haste. Well, what are you going for? Get going, you two. What are you waiting for? Get going, you two. I was going to say, leaving of an army deployed is a huge expenditure on every level. It's one of the reasons why most armies are not deployed most of the time. It's one of the reasons why it was actually considered an innovation to have a standing army in, I guess that would have been like the late 1200s or something like that. And even then, they had this rotating thing. You know, you'd have a tour of duty, and then you'd go home, etc., etc. Oh. Was it 1600s? I believe you, but I gotta be 100% real. There's about a 400 or 500 year gap there that all just blends really badly in my brain, so sometime in that gap. Which is funny, because I've studied that period of history constantly, and I still can't get my dates straight. Hello, guys.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
Seriously, chill, me.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals? With which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
And we defeat that thing approximately once a day. Every day. I'll be doing that today, too. I still have to level Dancer.
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery.
Yeah, sorry, gotta make the joke out loud. So apparently they remade the 7th Legion.
What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you.
Hold on, Estinian managed it. I mean, it was a prototype, but, you know.
And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
Although it occurs to me, Estinian had to unlock Needhog powers to do that.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all, even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
Such ignominy was not my
I too shall
intention.
make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Next quest. The Lore Runner is forced to make a choice. I'm pretty sure Estinian would give us a run for our money right now, if he went full tilt. Alright, so... let's do this. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask you confer with me before returning to the first. That's probably it right there, which we're going to do right now, obviously. Final Cloud says, shouldn't the MSQ get negatives? Yes. Yes, it should. However, we're not reviewing ARR right now. So they have a chance to try and patch that and fix that before we do, inevitably someday, some year, review ARR. Ah, you're back. As you may have heard, Commander Alden has given orders to embark from the Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not that the soldiers stationed there are too chuffed about being on the front line against weapons. If they're designed to save primals, they'll make short work of us mere mortals as well. Mind you, it's Gaius Belsar and his followers who've led the charge so far, and by all accounts, they've been giving as good as they get. Unfortunately, their sorties have met with little success. I dare say they'd benefit greatly from your presence. If you're ready, my colleague over at Porta Praetoria will show you the way. Yeah, let's switch to healer for this. You'll have to ask them for an invite. I'm not actually party lead. Where est? Est there. Actually, I guess I can just warp over there. Yep, there's a warp thing there. Boop. Best mount in the game. Headquarters, I take it? Yeah, sure. Doodle-doodle-doodle. So, your mind is set. Then I shall apprise you of the situation. You look different than when I last saw you. Yeah, I changed outfits. Are you secretly Rarity? Well, kind of, yes. We have discovered the previously abandoned Ultima weapon projects being helmed by the 7th Legion. Oh, of course it's the 7th Legion. It's Emerald and Ruby. And Sapphire, I think. Anyways. They've already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to be deployed on the Eorzean front. Its name, the Ruby weapon. Severa and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. Oh, and Diamond's there too, hey! An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima weapon, the explosive we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but they barely left a mark. I know exactly why it's unskippable, Final Cloud. It doesn't excuse it. I'm sorry. At all. It's the worst part of the game. No, I'm just kidding. It's the 5th worst part of the game. We suspect the gifts of its predecessors may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima weapon was designed to absorb ether from icons, and Ruby no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprisings of Garlemald's occupied territories, and thereafter consumed, our enemy would be all the more formidable. But its near impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws, and that can be extended and contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. Gaius was injured shielding me from the Ruby Weapon's assault. Even now he struggles to stand. Damn it all, if I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let us not forget I am the one who initiated the Ultima Weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then that was not my intent. Sorry. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down even before you hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head on both the foe and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for Lor's assistance presents our best chance for stopping the War Machina. It is true, if anybody's capable of putting down such a monstrosity, it'd be him. Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength? Yeah, dude. Why do you think I'm here? You have my thanks. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of the situation. We've received word the Empire is preparing to advance in the Gimlet Dark, and that's where we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the Ruby Weapon will be amongst their host. Should it break through the lines, there's no telling the devastation it will wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. Again. So, unlock. Dong. What price must the world pay for my hubris? Well, more awesome boss fights, I hope. Several hours ago, in the Garlean-occupied city of Wurlitz? Werlitz? Commencing Ruby Weapon activation sequence. All units, stand by. Thank you, a pack of 12 inches. As always, for that sub. Do you know where you want that to go? Initiating synthetic aurosite system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting signal. Dealer's choice. You got it. Ruby Weapon. Codename Darnus. Ready for launch. My favorite part is they had to specifically design it in lore to have the teeth and the weird morphic armor and all that stuff. There it is. That's what I was trying to do earlier. Okay. Let's do it. Wow, that's a hell of a wait time. No. Let's go do some MSQ while we wait. Ask Emmett for a favor. Emmett, could you help me out with one thing real quick? What? Did you remember? Yes, I remembered. Could you help me out? Hello, Baron. Where the heck am I? God, you could tell I'm already kind of in the mindset of Boja, because as I was panning the camera down, I saw several fates, and I was like, ooh! Skirmishes! Oh, right. Not doing that right now. I mean, I'm going to be back in there probably today. Oh, it's probably going to pop in the middle of a cutscene, but that's okay. The CE system is amazing. What's the CE system? I take it you're ready for the first? I would ask you apprise the others of recent events here on the Source, namely Xenos' return, and the development of the new Ultima bodies. As for their new Ultima weapons, the Ultima bodies. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue to do what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels. Waiting on a healer. Come on, where's my fellow healers? Step up. No. So, critical engagement. What's that? Because if it's the thing where you go do the boss fight, I've already commented on that. If it's the thing where you go do the challenge mode, I've already commented on that too. So, woo is my answer to the former, and is my answer to the latter. To summarize. The timing! Alright. That's actually good timing. It would have been worse if it had hopped in like 20 seconds later. The Cinder Drift. Mark III Anti-Icon War Machina, the Ruby weapon. Look at that armor. Someone had to carve that. This should be fun. What am I with? My mage. Find out the spikes. Clawing claws. Anti-icon weaponry restraints removed. No, I noticed it pop up. And dead. From something. Unfortunately, I cannot add him. So he already put it towards something. Thank you. Yeah, I know it was quicksand, but jumping wasn't working. And I was going to try moving, but I was dead already. Dying Zero? God. I said stop dying, not continue dying. group, even though that makes no sense. Oh, that sucks. I don't see why it isn't Adam. There's not much to say, though. Okay, let's get this out. And this. Now let's start rezzing. Live for a minute, Casual. Well, I can insta-res now, so that's whatever. Get up. This is probably a wipe. Okay. That's cool. I accept. Didn't notice my mana. That's on me. Go to hell, von Falkenstein. I'm actually curious why it's not macroed. Because it should be. What do you know? So anyways, now that Ruby's dead, activating Oversoul. Increasing pilot override rate to 100%. Commencing forced shutdown and system restart. Synthetic Auracite switching to Oversoul mode. Loading data sample. Darnus combat data ready. Initiating organic core override. Ew. No, get out of my mind! What? Really? Yeah, I was wondering what the heck was going on with the terrain around us here. What's with this song? Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable. As ever, an impressive display. Shut up, guys. Though I am sure you will concur the Ultima weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If the research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh on unstoppable. And then the third one, and then the fourth one. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. Here to sift through what remains of Ruby, are you? Allie, what do you think you're doing? Allie. Father. It's been too long, Alphonse. And you too, Rex. By the way, if you want to fight us, this guy next to me just killed this thing, so maybe you want to reconsider that. Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapon project, invading inroads into Eorzea, it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, though I can't say I think much of the company you're keeping. I know a lot's happened, but I'm just glad you're all right. And now you can come back to Garlemald with us! My days serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varus? That is a pretty big obstacle, yeah. Yeah, sure, I'll come home. But we know you'd never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. And then everything can go back to the way it was. Raise eyebrow. Oh, God damn it, not now! Heidelin! Heidelin, I can just imagine, I'm in the middle of cooking dinner and all of a sudden, and I'm like, no, Heidelin! It's gonna burn. So he found you two shivering on the roadside when he was going through Wurlet. Lucky for you, huh? If he hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for us three, our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on street corners if it wasn't for him. I just wish there was a way we could replay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he's shown us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. That's a good idea. We should join the army. I don't think that's such a good idea. Everyone in Wurlet was scared of the Garleans. Why would we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. Alright, if becoming a soldier's what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in. And maybe one day, people look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. And it's settled. From now on, we're brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters? That would make Lord Gaius our father? Well, if he doesn't mind us calling him that, I suppose so. And that makes you our big brother since you're the oldest. You better be nice to us or I'm telling father. And yeah, Gaius reminds me a lot of Hatham over in the Assassin's Creed series. He wasn't in it for the power, or the personal prestige, or, you know, psychopathic rage, or anything like that. He actually did believe in the cause, which makes him far more dangerous, ironically. Father, since you went away, a lot has changed in the Empire. For us, too. If we'd known you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is... that an airship is coming. If you must go, I will not stop you, but answer me this. Who is piloting the ruby weapon? We all know Nael Van Darnus has not returned from the dead. Who do you think? It was Melisandre. No, I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to you! To all of you! We only want to finish what you started, and while we will never forget all of you have done for us, the next time we meet, it should be as enemies. I mean, we could just kill you right now, buddy, if it's all the same to you. No? Okay, whatever. So I'm guessing blue hair is Sapphire. Random guess. As for you, hero of Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to Melisandre. No, I won't. Look, I'm sorry, buddy, but no. I know I'm pathetic and terrible, according to Remedy's Exion, but no, it's still not going to happen. Yeah, we could have just arrested them right there. We don't have to kill them. Like, I'm fine with not killing people, really. Just be like, look. Okay, so let's explain about the Ascians. Let's explain about the Emperor and Xenos. And let's explain why we're no longer fighting for the Garleans. I mean, they're in the middle of a civil war right now. I'm actually curious which faction is pushing the weapon program. Well, Gaius von Belsar, we meet again. Damn it, Casual. Come to see how your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? You are correct. You have come to collect data on the ruby weapon, yes. The pilot, Melisandre, should still be inside the cockpit. I will ask Vadelon to escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who Melisandre is? An imperial crony of his, perhaps? No, it's his daughter. Sort of. One of the orphans. Gaius always did have an eye for talent and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livia Sos Junius was another protege of his. Yeah, but she got a little bit too senpai-y, if you know what I mean. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the Meteor project. It's strange I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. Then my father and countless others lost their lives in the Boja incident. Although he was acting under Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I begged him to reconsider, put an end to this madness, but my words fell on deaf ears. That's when I turned to Gaius for support, but he was as much a pawn the Emperor as my father and refused to intervene. And when my turn came to serve, I defected and fled to Eorzea. I blamed Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more so, for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest. But when we met the Praetorium, all the hatred that had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and I remembered the man I once respected. To think the dreaded Black Wolf was merely a plaything of the Ascians, who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of men to early graves. It's more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible. Hi, I'm Sid. You may or may not know me as the premier technical genius of the planet. Middling to low, Mr. Red. I mean, we're getting there in real life, if you know what I mean. If Sid is as I remember him, it will not take him long to finish investigating the remains of Ruby Weapon. He was never one to waste time. Thank you, Guinevere, for the sub. I will put that towards after years. We're still working on it, Remedy's Exion. We are making progress, though, so make of that what you will. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. Oh, gotcha, Remedy's like, yeah. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but if Melisandre is dead, I only hope she was not made to suffer. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very life's essence was drained from her. So she was sacrificed to power that infernal machine. We must act quickly if we're to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Lore! Is there any information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Nail von Darnus. Did the Legatus mean that much to Melisandre? From what I gather, it sounds as if data based on Nail's combat abilities was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. If this technology is perfected, the Empire begins implanting memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into its soldiers, the Alliance won't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? Yeah, that's the similar method of transference used on the prototype Estinian fought. Your friend did mention he overheard the Signiferi loading various sets of data into the test model during the battle. It would appear the system has been improved since then. While it may bear some similarities, we don't know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results. But in so doing, the Empire has sunk to the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once, I agree with you. Yet the question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There's one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out a more thorough investigation first. Severa will provide support while you're in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest Garlean technology, there are a few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. In the meantime, Valdelin and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We will learn what we can of the weapon project and set up the next boss battle, probably in a patch. Should we uncover anything of value, we will relay it to the troops stationed here. For now, I suggest you use this lull in Garlean activity to recuperate. Yeah, I'm going to go to another planet. I don't want to be on this world anymore. Would I be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much as think of returning to your Imperial masters, I will kill you. Sure. Hey, I got kicked out of the group. That's fine, whatever. Where the hell am I? Ah. So you put down the ruby weapon? Gods, I wish I could have seen it. Not from too close, mind. I suppose I should report the news of your victory to the higher-ups. I realize you must have been through quite an ordeal, but can you give me a quick summary? Well, first my other healer died, and then I ran out of mana, and then von Falkenstein made fun of me. You make it sound so easy. From the way you tell it, anyone would think you slaying hulking brutes is like that for a living. Well, I'll put this into a report and leave a copy over there, should you fancy a bit of light reading. Anyway, I expect you've got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. Garleans pluck up the courage to come knocking again. We'll let you know. Meanwhile, in the Wurlit Magitech installation... And there's Emerald Weapon. We should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. That's exactly the problem. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to intervene. We've come too far to back down now. I won't let Melisandre's death be in vain. That's stupid. I know they're young, but that is actually the definition of stupid. In fact, that's literally sunk cost fallacy. We've spent too much, therefore we have to keep going. Kids. Cheer up, Alphonse. We can all go back to being one big happy family after we've dealt with those pesky Eorzeans. Oh, they're all gonna die screaming! If that's what Sid said, right? They're gonna die in horrific agony. Their final moments will be torturous. Oh, God. Oh, if only it was that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Excuse me, I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next. With me at the helm of Sapphire Weapon, called it. It'll be over before you know it. So hang on. That's Sapphire, that's Emerald. She was Ruby. He's Diamond. Or she's Diamond. And one of them's gonna live. Or they're Diamond, which would be even worse. God. Whatever happens, Rex, I promise you'll come back for us. I couldn't bear to lose you, too. He's turbo dead. No, I don't think the meanwhile elsewheres are excessive. It kind of feels that way because we're just sort of... What's it, immediate? Yeah, I guess we're doing Sapphire immediately. Okay, whatever. Lore, I'm afraid we haven't much in the way of information from the front line. We have, however, received word that Gaius wishes to speak with you at the Alliance headquarters. I've arranged an escort. Yeah, sure, hang on, let me unlock Extreme real quick. Yep. Yep, that's great. They're still using the Omega Tech, I noticed. I mean, yeah, this is not murder at all. To be clear. I mean, we did explain it to him, Valvedrick, so he has to get an accurate data representation. There it is. I did not know, Timonage. Hang on. Hit the stream brakes. Let's see what we got here. This is them driving a car into the wall. I mean, it kind of is, yeah. Alright, Timonage. There it is. 30 minutes ago. Why are you still here after 23 months? But thank you, Timonage. I did not get the sub, so thank you for bringing it up. As always, appreciate. I don't suppose you know where you want to put that sub. Oh, never mind. It says right here, Wasteland 3. You got it. Thank you again. So I'm thinking this is going to be a solo run, because I'm not in a group. So we'll see what happens here. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of Ruby Weapon, and Sid wishes to share his findings. If you can spare a few moments. They're good. Thank you, Hector Anthem. As always, appreciate those subs. I'll put that towards dealer's choice. Glad you can make it, Lore. I'm sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Our earlier hypotheses were proven correct. The Garleans have designed a system whereby a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories of experience of another, which is really messed up if you think about it for a minute. So even a rank amateur could obtain the combat abilities of a seasoned warrior. Precisely, and we learned how this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational, and among other messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention: synthetic orosite system. Which is what exactly? Well, the core of the Ultima weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabbac by the Ascians. We believed it to be a type of auracite. I can't say much more for the synthetic sword at this stage, but I've encountered real auracite before. It's very potent, perhaps equal in power to the Heart of Sabbac. It's unclear whether the Garlean's simulacrum possesses the same properties as genuine auracite, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. What we do know is that it was used to implant combat data of Nail von Darnus into Twitface into the pilot, who has been presumed dead since before the Calamity. Are we any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? Yeah, they invented time travel. What? The link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me of devices fitted to the magitek armor of Empire's high-ranking officers. There is reason to believe they were designed to emulate soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yes, that was rumored to be the purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. There's also the question of whether this system even functions as intended. From what we've seen, we can assume they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via ether. However, it seems that it extracted not only memories, but the soldier's very essence. As you saw, the pilot succumbed entirely to the will of von Darnus. Although this is merely supposition, it's possible being fused with Ruby Weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased legatus to manifest in corporeal form. Could it be the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? It's hard to say. The Ruby Weapon was still largely intact when it was deactivated, which strongly implies it was the synthetic auracite running amok that killed her, rather than damage incurred during the battle. Thanks for diminishing it there, Sid. But even after our analysis, we still don't have enough information. Perhaps now we should consult with Gaius on our next plan of action. Veldaj has come bearing information. Valdeolin? I traced the Ruby Weapon's path back to the occupied territory of Werlet, which appears to be where it was built. My grasp of geography is surprisingly poor. While Alamigo is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Werlet lies on the opposite side to the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city until it was brought to its knees by Imperial invaders. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. It's also where Alphonse and the others were born. And now the Weapon Project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They have established an airship supply depot on the coastal town of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they could launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle, and in all likelihood, their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. Yeah, I hate to jump in here, but guys is like, I wish we could capture them. You were standing right in front of them before they had an airship with me next to you. You could have just walked up here. Come with me. What? No, come on. Let's go. What if you don't want to get with you? Yeah, that's the Warrior of Light. He just broke your toy. Come on, let's go. Or you could use the Enterprise and take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. This is a perfect chance to put my top secret plan into action. And might I ask what that entails? It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you now, would it? What I can say is there's a starring role for you, Lore. Okay. Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you off so easily, did you? I'd be here soon. Don't go anywhere. Hey, a solo-only instance. This is my shocked face. So, I have found myself being too kind to this game, and I shouldn't be. Negative to story for repeated instances of cutscene incompetence. This is not the first time it's popped up. It's not even the fourth time, just in Shadowbringers. So, negative to story, cutscene incompetence. I don't feel bad. I've already given it 34 positives. I know you guys hate it when I give too many... when I give any negatives to anything. Alright, what do we got? It does have the Ironworks aesthetic. What am I looking at, though? Here it is, lore. I present Garlon's ultimate adaptation of the Ultimate Warrior, the G-Warrior. I know a login design when I see it. Excavated from one of the ruins, no doubt. That's true, it doesn't have teeth. Azisla, to be precise. We came across it during the course of our investigations and decided it'd be a shame to let it go to waste. Yeah, meanwhile, Nero's like, no! Why? As long as Nero's not in this quest chain, I'm happy. You'll be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head-on, yes? Perhaps my knowledge of the ultimate weapon will be of use. I'm counting on it, but first we need to perform a test run. Come on, we don't have much time. Okay. A little too Gundam for my tastes, but whatever. Okay, what do we got here? It's okay, it's a lot Gundam. Look at it! Look at this thing! Alright, what do we got? I was actually going to say, I remember how we fought the Bismarck fight. And the Leviathan fight, sorry. Leviathan and Bismarck both were just kind of, you know, a thing. Waiting for it, and we turn into a jet plane. Kefka. I love how tiny our hops are on this thing. Thank you, Smoothie Life, for the sub. As always. If you happen to know where you want to put that, please let me know. Yeah, thanks for that, Zand. I do appreciate it. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, this does look like a good extension of the roleplay system. This is basically vehicles at this point, which I'm totally down for. Vehicles can be a great feature if properly utilized. Crystal. What the heck? I'm sorry, what is Crystal? Oh, Pokemon. Right. Anyway, we have to deploy the mecha here. And there's Sapphire. They're expecting us, but who's the pilot? It can't be the guy who had blue hair. Oh, we're almost there. You better have your wits about you. Yep, I can't wait to kill a kid. Initiate combat mode. What is that? I don't know what any of these references are to. I have control. And of course, most importantly of all, G-Warrior, do the thing! G-Warrior, engage! It's awfully familiar. Shut up. And then we die from the impact. Of course we have a lightsaber, why wouldn't we? Mark IV, Anti-Icon War Machina, the Sapphire weapon. Culture as a whole tends to think lack of ambition is a bad thing. I am not on board with that personally, Gum Gum. There's nothing wrong with it. Can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. It's time to use my ultimate attack. Immediately activating Oversoul. Well, you are an idiot, aren't you? Hydrus combat sample. Well, he's dead. It's okay, Gaius, he died in agony. Open with this. You mean it's skeleton? Nobody's X count? Because that makes sense. I mean, that makes sense. Reuse of skeletons is actually a very critical tool when it comes to any 3D game, really. Emerald's the one coming out next Tuesday, right? Make sure I'm on board with this. Get that. And that's gonna hit me now. Good morning, Nevermore. I mean, I would, Dominatrix. Tab targeting. It's FF14. I gave up years ago in figuring out what the heck they're talking about in the lyrics of these games. Have you ever heard the lyrics of the Alexandra stuff? it! Thank you, Gigaputty. I did screw up a few times, but I'm probably the only person who notices every single mistake I make. You know what that's like, don't you? When you notice everything you screw up? And that's all you notice, is every mistake you make. Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can in Turnglyph. Yeah, I remember screw-ups I did 20 years ago, and it bugs the crap out of me. This is new. You did well to pilot the G-Warrior so adeptly in so short a time, and with the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of valuable information. Before it was dismantled, we should perhaps take one last look upon our fallen foe. Hello, Kamek. Not now. Who's designing these things? God. We should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. Now they're at the doorstep and Sapphire still isn't ready. Even so, we should be able to fend them off, or at least buy time. Congrats, Kamek. Not quite how I'd imagined it, but this seems as good a way to die as any. Rex, Shush, Emerald. I mean, whatever your name is. Rakan, why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapons to a safe location. You can take care of that while I pilot the Sapphire. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely perform basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have a solution. Oversoul. You want to end up like Melisandre? No, of course not. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But she didn't give her life in vain. The ruby weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system, to prevent further malfunctions. What difference does that make? Once Oversoul is activated, the pilot fuses, there's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot the Sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. Nobody needs Emerald Hair. You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose when I don't make it back. No, I won't let you. Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself, but I had the best brothers and sisters a boy could wish for. You were always there for me, protected me. That's why I have to go out and die for no reason against an enemy I have no choice or hope whatsoever to defeat. It's an enemy that should actually be my ally, and indeed is my erstwhile father, but I'm going to fight him. Because, by golly, we're going to make the drama happen, no matter the cost. Take the other weapons and get out of here. See this through to the end. Do it for me. For Melisandre. Okay, whatever. I mean, I want you to picture for just a second that instead, I mean, because what this isn't even that far off of literal. What they're doing is like, imagine. I hope you take a little bit to get through them, Mr. Red. Imagine if there's these people and they're like, I must do whatever I can. Her death must not be in vain. Yes, it's true. And they're all being dramatic about it, right? It's like, I will make this big, grand sacrifice. And the other's like, you're right. It must happen. And then he pulls out a flamethrower and starts killing innocent civilians. And that's the thing that they've been building up to, is this is the great sacrifice they must make. What? Anyways. Just promise you'll wait for me on the other side. No, there's not really an afterlife, so, he gone. You will never see him again, buddy. I have finally found my purpose. To die for no reason. He really is a soldier. I'm sorry, that's a joke. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. Yeah, they are dumb teenagers. It's just, wow, guys. The Echo, I presume. What did it reveal? You probably don't want to know. Rickon, my poor boy. You were braver than most could ever hope to be. He died screaming, by the way. Just point it out. It's actually Sid. Sid shows up. Hey, Gaius! It's as we feared. I'm sorry. He also died screaming. First Melisandre, now Rickon. We must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. Yeah, but there's such a thing as tact, von Falkenstein. Sid's just like, hey, dude. Screaming. By the fourth weapon, he'll just poke his head in. Screaming. And that's all he'll say. Heads up. Vildiolan? Whatever. V-Man. Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Belsar? I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for the Ascians, but he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. It would seem he would rather... It seems he would rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. He tries, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, as he would have us believe, or is he biding his time until he reveals his true colors? Whatever the answer may be, he'll always be Garlean, and though there may be honorable men and women amongst them, I have suffered much more as a result of their conquests. Barbaric campaigns in which Gaius Belsar played no small part. Ha ha, Omega Legion. The first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we Duskwights. We sought to repel the invaders, but were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for Magitech, and even the most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. Damn it, Bellatrix. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange, and when I came to, I was alone, the rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to the village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days, and then weeks, and then months, and it seemed they had disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from 2 Imperials held at Bittermill that the villagers have been captured and used as test subjects for Black Rose. Oh, that's horrible. For 20 long years, I roamed aimlessly with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I'm sorry, they were working on Black Rose for 2 decades? I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place amongst their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work outside the city-dwelling Gridanians for who... Oh, God, word structure. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians who, for so long, had treated my kind as outcasts, but none of that had mattered anymore. It all culminated with Operation Archon. As you led the charge into the Praetorium, we were right behind you. And when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. Sorry. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. Okay, in fairness, that's not my fault. That was La Habrea, pretty much full tilt. Having dragged myself free of the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then I encountered none other than Gaius Balsar, on the verge of death. The gods had delivered to me the man whose conquest had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge, and then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I have rid the world of the Ascian menace. For millennia, mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. Then, once we finally are free, my life is yours for the taking. I would have struck him down then and there had I not sensed the truth in his words, so I decided to grant him a stay of execution and joined him on his hunt. All this time I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he is ever on the watch for pursuers, he has granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I so choose. And I still might, if he shows the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. But for now, the Ascians are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire's strings, then it shall not end until they have been eradicated, every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ascians will have to wait until we have brought an end to Garlemald's weapon project. Though we may have vanquished 2 of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Garleans throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of North. Don't worry, Zach Taft. I got 3 cards to play. I was gonna say, we've only perma-killed 2 red masks. And by we, I mean the setting. We were involved in the perma-killing of 1, but honestly, we didn't really do that. And then there was... It's actually going to be tomorrow, Mr. Red. And then there was the perma-killing of Emmett, which... That was a hell of a unique circumstance. Oh, yeah, I always forget that Bob exists. I don't even remember his name. I really do have a tendency to forget he exists, because he made no impression on me at all. He was the tutorial Ascian. Well, the tutorial red mask, but you get the point. No. Not yet. ... I'm with you, buddy. The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliffe Magitech facility. Though they've yet to make the report, they may have some news to share at this juncture. Please wait a moment. We've yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything of note? Before abandoning the facility, they had attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, information regarding to Sapphire weapons combat data was intact. Judging by what we saw, it was extracted from Regula, correct? It also appears Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state, and they are unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given a chance to fission it before we arrived, who knows how it would have ended. Indeed, we may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look for possible countermeasures. The Echo afforded you a glimpse into the conversation between Rakan and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? Explain. Improvements were made to the synthetic Aurosite system to prevent malfunctions. Then it was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nail von Darnus. There's one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Screaming! Rex and Rakan were fully aware of this, were they not? Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Alphonse, how could you? Sacrificing your own siblings to fuel accursed war machines. See you around, Mr. Red. Surely there is no cause worth paying such a price. Nothing is more precious than family. This nightmare is far from over. It appears that Rex fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. Oh, gotcha. Okay. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I have seen enough death. I do not wish to see any more. No time to waste. Let's be about it, Gaius. We'll make sure you never see death again. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the Resistance. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there's any developments, we'll contact you. So one more? Or should I wait? Because I'm just following the chain at this point. Fireflies. So there's no diamond? Question mark? Oh, okay. Got it. I always forget FF14 does their weird offset patch cycle thing. The strongest weapon in 7 was Emerald or Ruby, depending on your opinion. Meanwhile... It's... I have no idea who it is. I mean, I know who that is. I'll say, let's show off our new water droplet effects. I've come to deliver my report, Lord Valens. I see the carton of milk there. So have you returned, young Alfred? Or was it Alwick? Not that it matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall in the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that is the case, Lord Valens. Oh, come now, no need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is to human, to forgive divine. You know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. Milk? So, tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior of the Light was assisted by Cid Garland and Gaius von Balsar, my lord. So a living demigod and Gaius. Of course he's going to focus on Gaius. Yes, it seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late, defecting from Garlemald, assassinating the Emperor. Whatever next? Oh well. No use crying over spilt milk. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since I arrived in Worldlit. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them exist and are pampered every day of their lives. They're quite valuable, until their milk dries up, and when it does, they're sent to the slaughterhouse like the rest, for that is their lot in life. To be discarded once they have served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so that you could deliver them gift-wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now, Cid non Garland, rubbing his hands with glee with all the technological marvels we've bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius von Balsar, of all people, get the better of you. How do you think this reflects on me? The legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by that traitor. Humiliated, I say! There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in disobedience. Yes, my lord. I love how they deliberately have like a shading so you can't see his face. Forgive the intrusion, Lord Valens, but it's time for your meeting with the head of Magitech Development. Oh, how time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I've let my standards slip, now can I? What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens. Did I now? Let's see, check my tablet. Ah, yes, that's right. Your ally, yes. Joined the military of your own free will, along with your fellow orphans. Such devotion. What an inspiration you are. You see, it's my firm belief that love grants us power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child, and I will show you the way. Not to quote The Mandalorian, but this is not the way. Hang on one second. Okay, we're good, we're good. So that was a thing. Yeah, can we have him die screaming? Well, negative to story. No, it's for the drama. We actually already discussed this. I like to sit on it for a little bit to process and to see if it changes my mind. But it's done, so no. Who knows? Maybe that'll go away Tuesday. Probably not. Alright. Let's go back to Crystarium, shall we? I am going to add balance to that negative, though. In fact, I already have. I mean, I know that sounds like a weird statement, but all I'm going to say is there's good creepy, Hojo, and then there's bad creepy, that. Like, forgive me for praising FF7R1, but they did Hojo perfectly in FF7R1. Like, they absolutely nailed it there. Cutscene time. Well, first of all, he's voice acted Giga Pudding, so that's automatically in his favor. He's well voice acted, I should clarify. Yes, there we go. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others. It's okay, I got like 3 minutes to accept that. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, I think. 5 minutes to accept that. I liked quite a bit of FF7R1, but gameplay-wise...
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
So, I just fought 2 super weapons piloted by children. They died screaming.
A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors. which certainly does not flow within auracite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel.
Alright, someone get the knife.
I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
I mean, that's admirable, but it also makes sense since you're kind of the reason they're here.
My apologies.
Hey, I remember her.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness.
What can I do for you?
But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Well, I guess. I'm debating it, Valvedrix. Truth be told. I like a good vehicle section, but I'm not sure a single good vehicle section is trustworthy. And of course, we only have the one. It may be simply my imagination, but Lena's been rather brusque with me of late. Do you suppose she's still upset over that mishap with the salmon fillet? Yeah, it's just one and not repeatable. That's also important. Never have I seen such a repository of knowledge, a stark reminder of what little we truly know of the world. Upon Auracite's crystalline foundations, we have built not a prison, but a refuge for the soul. Would that Moonbrita was here to see the wonders inspired by her research. To think we now not only have Xenos to contend with, but a new Ultima weapon. No, it's okay. Screaming. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it'll be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Shall we go speak with Lena? We have little time, so I'll be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask your assistance in slaying it. That's it? I heard some few had remained after the night return, but maybe we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It's only a single Sin Eater, a simple task for our guards, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Alright. I got this. Excellent. Let's make our way for Fort Job. There we go. Please wait here a moment. I'll gather the others. Oh, okay. Generics 1, 2, and 3, here. Alright, Generic 2. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. I'll never forget Generic 2. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door the day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd likely have stepped through, and it wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I, too, was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, fills me with dread. But there's no way to honor her or my comrades, so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down this day forward, so he's dead. That's Generic 2, by the way. This is Generic 3. Pleasure to meet you, sir, truly. It seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight alongside an Amuro to go save the Oracle. Strange to think the Yulmorian soldiers we once locked blades with are now at our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. Yep, Generic 4. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. Won't happen again. The name's Thyler. Uh-oh, he has a name. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met months in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to him. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the Knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in! Never give in. Never surrender. Sorry. Your heroism has inspired all our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let's not keep them waiting. And the best part is Thyler's gonna, like, stumble and stub his toe, and that's what will kill him. Just, ugh. Purple trees. Right.
Did you slay this Eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself. Certainly it is no Light Warden, but nevertheless.
It's true.
Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness? And he says, no, I'm a warrior of light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
It's fine. Relax.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I kind of hope not, because you're probably going to die if we do.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world.
Truth be told, no, Velveters.
Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
It's Elidibus. That's my theory. Sorry, I had to really think about that for a second. Zoom the camera out a bit, look at all the pieces. And I think it's Elidibus.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Especially if he's going around killing Sin Eaters.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Sure, what's up?
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
No one spoiled anything for me, by the way, and I like that. For once, I am astonishingly unspoiled. I know nothing about what's coming up, other than the fact that we're fighting Emerald Weapon next week. That's the extent of my knowledge of future content. And if I really think about that, I could probably come up with something else. Let's see, what else do I know? We're fighting Eden next week, too. I think that is actually it. I think I really don't know anything else, so...
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch.
So... I don't know if he eats the same. You know, he's partially crystalline and all. But maybe like a donut?
Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there.
I wonder what that feels like.
Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
I mean, you're an idiot. He already misses you, lady. Go be with your dad, okay?
Are you sure?
I am entirely certain.
Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
I wonder what the quest complete sound's going to be like in the next expansion. Look, I'm telling you, if I could have one of those owl people... You don't know what those are, Elders. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. You know what? Just to taunt me. There. I'm going to force myself to remind myself that I haven't finished 2 chains now. It could also be another Ascian I don't know about, other than Elidibus. I should consider the possibility of unknown variables. So there's my 2 theories. You know, it probably says something about how I play Gunbreaker. That Super Belied is way over here in the I have to mouse click it area. That probably makes me a bad tank, actually. But, yeah. Damn it, Jeff! An adventurer calling themselves the Warrior of Light. Why would anyone tie themselves to the legacy of individuals held in such low regard on the first? Warriors of Light, harbingers of flood and all the world's woes. That this wanderer would so boldly claim their title is most curious indeed. 'Tis strange to think how heroes so beloved by the people could be brought low in so short a time. The Alphino tells me a Warrior of Light has slain the Sin Eater. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what to make of this. Ah, yes, I was hoping to speak with you about... On second thought, never mind. It's rude of me to pry. Your daughter loves you. She will remember before the end. Oh wait, wrong direction, sorry. So, proposal! What do you got, Alphino? I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light, as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as Sin-Eaters, or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry their sudden appearance, in conjunction with renewed history and their predecessors, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to falsehoods found within many of the Cabinet's tombs, with nary mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored in the Crystal Tower, I would have no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I first arrived, their reputation was already irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering the good they'd done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought justice to the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobird. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as Sin Eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained. They were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving of only resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emmett Selk, correct? Such revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of this sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphino's plan, call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tales of the Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Laura? I wish we'd done this sooner. I know we've been busy. Well, I've been busy. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, right? Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with the means of returning home? Yeah, you guys are going to get home, right? No, the game's moving to the first, guys. We're going to get their bodies here instead of getting their souls there. The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium and the Excedra. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. There can be no darkness without light, and so it was that Ardbert was there in your hour of need. The people must be told. I've seen a great many terrible things in my long life, as has the Exarch, no doubt. Of this I can say, his memory is short, his heart fickle. Let us pray your words reach him. That's true, there's no Xenos here. Yet. He would find a way. I guarantee it. He'd be like, oh, okay, I can do that too. I mean, if he can body hop. Ah! That was interesting setup and timing. And it's gone. Yeah, Xenos are just... Frickin' Xenos. You realize we're gonna need another super mega ridiculous method of killing Xenos now. It's already hard enough to kill the red masks. We only got another one. Ugh. We do have a Mac. Laura, what a wonderful surprise. I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, we've had fewer patients coming through my door of late. Which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. I jest, of course. It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. Truth of the Warrior Light, but the Exarch's already spoken with me. Oh, there's more to the tale, I'll hear it. Xenos, Omega Legion. I hate you for making me admit that. No, this can't be. Surely there's at least one book here that does not cast the Warrior of Light and their deeds in such negative light. Oh, Lord, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks the information they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the flood of the Warriors of Light. I have searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy of only scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, but I can't find proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the flood? Oh, wonderful. You have regaled me with the tale, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, you'll be rest assured, I will not come alone. I have a bad habit of pronouncing words in a specific way if I've heard them in a memorable fashion in that way. StarCraft. StarCraft the original. Arcturus Mensk. We must unify, lest we be swept away by the flood. And it's just stuck in my head ever since. It also reminds me of the flood, while we're on the subject, you know, Halo. Well, well, what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you to be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. Caught a flood from Halo. Ah! And that's game. The truth about the Warriors of Light, but you already told me, didn't you? Well, if there's more, I'd love to hear it. As I say, all these people have already heard this, but whatever. I'm not here to judge. Yeah, there's a market board. Buy. Sell. Hang on, guys. Quick retelling of the Great Depression in the most simplistic manner possible, yet still surprisingly accurate. Buy. Man, Rax, I love the market. Me too, Lore. Thank goodness it's never going to go down. Oh gosh, it could go down? That never occurred to me. Sell! Thunk! Come to browse in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is the fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. Come on. I imagine you won't be here for long before all of Norvrant reaps the benefits, but you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? I see. Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the night to Norvrant. Alright, consider my interest piqued. Where's the other one? Oh, there it is. Up there, apparently. Well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenold not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and he inspired him to reach new artistic heights. I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is more impressive. To think that fate could bring two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry? You mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story? Well, whatever's left unsaid, I'm all ears. By the way, how much are Ishgardian houses going for? Like, give me a range here. Yes, I know they don't exist yet, but give me a range. 50 mil. Okay, that's actually lower than I was thinking. I mean, that's a lot of money, but that is still lower than I was thinking. I didn't need those legs. Those I spoke with at the orchard and the rookery are quite keen to hear what we have to say. For as much hope as they have for the future, the scars of the past weigh on them still. 'Tis good to see the people of the Crystarium so eager to learn the truth, and with this newfound knowledge of the past, they will at last be able to look at the future with eyes unclouded. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium top to bottom. Now we need but wait and hope for voice acting.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Yeah, explain.
Wicked White? The Warriors of Light did all that?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls.
I'm say, then they tried to kill me a couple times. Hey, Berserkero. None that I'm aware of. I mean, there's the BioWare news, but only one person brought that up, so...
And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Yeah, I was just waiting for that.
Impossible.
So, you can see him too, right?
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Not unless he's popped back out of me recently.
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
That it should be the Warrior of Darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may.
Right.
People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
I'm going to go ahead and say with high certainty that that is not Ardbert. It's possible because we already have time travel and multidimensional hopping weirdness in this setting, but I don't think that's happening here.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I,
and I alone have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world.
Yeah.
And the day will come when he must return to his home.
So, 100% convinced it's an Ascian now, because the direction he's going here is, don't worry, I shall take up the mantle when he's gone. And then he'll be their new hero, and then he'll guide them back towards the Ascian's objective, when in the absence of us, and you get the idea.
But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of light?
I was going to comment on the voice actor. He's doing a good job, since this is a challenging thing that happens every now and again in voice acting. It's when you have to have an actor voice a different character voicing the character, right? Effectively, he's not voicing Ardbert right now, but it's obviously his voice that's speaking. You get the idea.
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
I do like how we're glaring, by the way, this whole cutscene. Because that's pretty close to what I'd be doing, too. Like, I'm not going to attack him in front of everyone, but...
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Yep. That's a little more vernacular than I would put it, but yes, I agree completely. Because yeah, this is beautifully insidious. You really don't want to disagree with him in public, even though we can see with context where he's pushing this. This is all assumption, by the way, obviously. As I mentioned before, I don't know anything from this point onwards.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Yeah. Reacting this way to Ardbert? Sure. Reacting this way to Gaius? Eh. Help your fellow man. Don't listen to him! Don't listen to Ardbert's lies!
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
First, doesn't exist. Second of all, we know where Ardbert is. He's standing right in front of you. I'm right here. Yeah, exactly. TV Collapso. That's Ardbert. Bam, bam, bam. Anyways. Yeah, no, absolutely not.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
And as Rax pointed out in chat a minute ago, we probably would have noticed if he bailed on us.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
That he is an Ascian.
Yeah. I do like how quickly they pieced that together, though.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the Virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the First, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
It's a good pick.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen. My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Hey, I feel a bit attacked here. I actually did see that little news tidbit, Vigilant. I'm surprised that they got it on camera, though. That's the thing that confuses me. Thank you, as always. Much obliged, sir. Dude, Xenos was the perfect pick. Honestly, the only pick that might have been better was Varus, but no, I still would have gone with Xenos, because personal power in addition to political power.
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the Echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while La Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yeah, this is a lot of rehashing, which normally I'd complain about, but they're talking about events that were in ARR at this point. And as was pointed out, Elidibus showed up really early on in ARR. I don't know if he was literally the first Ascian we saw, but he was certainly among the first.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, To hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
No, Valvedrix. By the way, I agree, Omega Legion. Which is funny, because Silva is kind of already working in that direction, if you remember.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
You know, in my experience, when you're dealing with someone who's a manipulator and a schemer, the best possible answer to that is just, overwhelming personal power, brute force in the face. FF12, excuse me. So maybe we should, just go kill him. I know what you're thinking. We don't have the method to kill him, and you're right. But we do have knowledge of how to accomplish this, so maybe we should start looking into how to make this happen. We must not act until Ardbert hath made plain his plans. 'Twill be folly to proclaim him false at this juncture. I don't want to proclaim him false, I want to attack him. That's true, we do have ways to contain him right now, too. We were a hair's breadth from defeat when we faced Emmett Selk, and now we must contend with another Ascian. We must tread carefully. I was actually thinking the same thing, Omega Legion. We've been making new soul vessels to get us back, well, them, back to the source. We literally have those on hand, and we've been actively doing work with souls and mind lately. So, let's deal with this. What a despicable practice. Appropriating corpses. Excuse me? I feel attacked. Such depravity eclipses any horrors I witnessed in the Age of Volbert. Dude! Exactly, Giga Pudding. That's why we need to, that's why we need to figure it out. We need to figure out what we can get a hold of to deal with him. You did well to dispel the falsehood surrounding the Warrior of Light and their actions prior to the Flood, though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather the one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor, of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the warriors of light were laid rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently to the gods to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes would be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become warriors of light themselves. We already covered this. Flood 2.0. Let us pray that Master Alphinaud returneth soon with most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best apprise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. Oh yeah. When's the end of 5.2, by the way? Agreed. I think it prudent we take all measures to prepare for what's to come. Becklug and I will continue our research in how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home, and totally take care of a little bit. Echoes of a Fallen Star, thank you. I think it's time we return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we've learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Yeah, Emmett Selk was quite honest. It was actually one of the parts of his character I liked. I mean, why wouldn't he be? It's not like it matters. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fano that hitherto unexplored chambers have been discovered within the Katana Ravel. Almet believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell the ancient civilization, that of the Ascians perhaps. That may lead us to the truths we seek. Care for company? I mean, it's either that or I go help the Bojans. And nobody wants to watch me stream Boja for a while. I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you're ready, make for Fano. Almet and her sisters will be expecting us. Let's be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the V's. Hello, Melissa GM. You know, it's funny. Emmett Selk has been dead and gone for a year and a half at this point, and I can't stop praising him. He was just so good. What do you want from me? They took a character that I barely knew about, and in a single expansion to a game, turned him into one of my favorite FF villains of all time. What do you want from me? Though I would like to join you in untangling the Ascians' machinations, I think it best we stay here and devote my energies to find a way to deliver the Scions back to the source. I will help the Exarch in any way I can, but the key to solving our problem lies with him and the Alag and I. About it. No, he should not come back. First of all, I think that would absolutely destroy the narrative of his fall, and second of all, I'm sick of that in fiction in general, and have been for decades. I mean, you guys... When was the death of Superman? Oh, Google thing. I mean, I don't want to specific the original death of Superman, the original big one. That's not even a spoiler because it's literally a meme at this point that Superman will die and come back. It's right up there with Optimus Prime. Anyways, I bring that up because if you'll remember, that's kind of when I got into comics. I've actually mentioned this a few times before. And so by coincidence, I got into comics during the reign of the Superman. And yeah, I was wondering what this was, Rax. Anyways. But my point being, even just in fiction, for the better part of the last 30 years, 30 years plus, by the way, someone dying and coming back has already been wrote, you know? Now, it can be done properly. There are ways to bring characters back and have it work, but you can see why, for me, you're automatically starting at a negative. The moment you bring a character back, it's like, okay, now you gotta earn it, right? And don't do a Palpatine. Anyways. Welcome back, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since you last came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. If there we discovered more ruins, though we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We were all in agreement. Before any investigations could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful you did. From what you've told me, I strongly suspect the wisdom my comrades and I can seek can be found within. That was... yeah, who would play a Viera? That wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it's good you have come, for Ronco was once home to the greatest of weapons of knowledge and understanding. It is our duty to ensure that you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely there are any threats sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we faced thus far. We will be cutting off for lunch in about 1 hour and 10 minutes, Cycloud, for about 1 hour, and then we will stream for 5 hours. We do 2 5-hour blocks, separated by an hour lunch break. This is not a game, sister. You should not rush so eagerly into danger headlong. Oh, and who was it who was pining for the return of our allies that we might venture into the ruins, clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... He promised not to tell. Then I suggest we be going. Wait, Brigman, you play a Viera? I considered it, but it's cheating. I want to be actually tall. Not ear tall. Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? Yeah, on second thought. Maybe it's better I don't know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins, and to bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a secret of knowledge myself... Oh my god, it's Ansem! That would explain so much. I understand full well their enthusiasm, and if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Katana Revel. Dude, Wood Elves were already awesome, though, Blackwell. Weren't they? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong group. Who's the Archer group of Death? Because they were awesome. Not as awesome as the Dwarves. What quest is this? Seeing eye to eye. Thank you, Cycloud. Very, very much appreciate. As always, thank you. If you happen to know where you'd like to put that, please let me know. Ah, gathering dailies. Thank you. Or it's the serpent thing. And I don't know. Either way, not doing it. How do I even play this game without flying? Hey, that looks like a solo only. Because it is. It's most strange for these... I'm being attacked. Halls to be left unguarded. Have a care not to break the seal on the door. There's another one of those, you should have sufficient time to do this notifications. I'm going to take a quick stretch break. Dude, a fruit smoothie would be great right about now. What is he playing? There they are. See, that sounds folky. Headache.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
Cadence of Hyrule. You got it.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed. Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead. As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
What is this, Indiana Jones?
What? But I only... What is happening? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Oh my god, it's Luxord. Excuse me, Luxord. However they say his freaking name in Kingdom Hearts 3. I do have some new cards, so that's cool. I don't play the game, though, so they're all yours, Rax. Answer me these riddles 3. Deft of paw, with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our victors descry. What am I? An Opo, Colibri, or a Quirrell? Well, in my experience, there's only 2 types of riddles for me. There's riddles I get immediately, and then there's riddles I will never get. I have not gotten this riddle immediately, so... Coral. Alas, 'twas the Opo. Keen and shrewd, its spirit exalts ingenuity, a virtue by which the Ronkins did prosperity pursue. For this mistake, a single talisman shall I take. Nobody cared about her anyways. With fearsome fang I travel the pack, together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. What am I? A serpent, wolf, or owl? Probably owl, I'm thinking. No, we'll go ahead and go with wolf. Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf that their doctrines praised, that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. I mean, that's a snake. That's... I'm just gonna watch for a moment. I'm curious what she's gonna do now that I've released her. See you around, SJ. Okay, she's not doing anything. Can I talk to her? Nope. Okay, whatever. Snaky. Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber ere it tailed the world asunder. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. Desire you that which I yet claim, then we shall play another game. Pull out my gun blade. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow know. I don't remember what the memory game is called. I was just checking really quick to see if there's any variances in the appearance of them. There is not. Yeah, my Christmas plans are to stream. Well, let's see what happens if we summon one of these. I'm actually curious. figured would happen. I was curious.
No mess!
Gunbreaker. Never give up. Trust your instincts. Sure. Why not? We'll sweep it. Ishtola was like, would you hurry up? Hang on, I wanted to see what was behind the other one. Your comrades are assembled together at last. Now time for a boss fight. So you may pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. I was gonna prove my worth in every game. One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. Earth and worth do rhyme, yeah. Say them out loud. Oh yeah, I should probably have stance off.
I will not hold back.
Man, if only we had a healer, Ishtola.
Here I come.
Hip, hip, hip. That's actually kind of a cool mechanic. I actually want a level summoner someday, but you know how that works. Machinist is my next project, and that's really low priority, because right now I still need to finish Dancer. I have nothing below 50 Valvedrix. However, I'm pretty sure my Machinist is one of my 50s.
I will not hold back. Let us see how you handle this.
It's all scripted, Brigwin, but it is still impressive, I agree. That's one of the reasons why the trust system did get 2 positives and a negative, but that's neither here nor there. I've heard nothing but good things about Machinist ever since it got its overhaul. I mean, isn't that the norm when it comes to MMOs in general? A class gets a major overhaul, it's probably a good thing. Usually. Oh yeah. I meant to complain about something, because that's all I do, really. So, this game has 2 mechanics which, when baked together, make things slightly irritating, especially as a tank. It's the main thing that, it mainly affects tanks, but it is still relevant for DPS, and I've noticed this a lot as a dancer over the last few days. So, that's your AoE size, right? There's a couple variances, but generally, that's how big your AoEs are going to be. And you notice they're all the same size, right? Pretty much copy-paste. Now, that's fine. I wish that was either about twice as big, or, well, they fixed another problem. So the other problem is that enemies have a code built into them so they don't overlap each other, even though they don't actually have collision with each other. If you don't know what I mean by that, have you ever tanked like 5, 6, 7 things? This is actually a good example. You notice they're not overlapping each other. They specifically seek out a spot where they are next to each other, but they will not actually overlap each other. Now, that's decent. That's decent code, but the problem is it naturally limits how many of them will be in that circle. And thus, it's actually very possible to have a thing where you've got like 3 guys, and then these guys are over here trying to move in, and these guys are trying to move in. And so you do your AoE, and it only hits the initial 3. WoW had something they actually took straight out of StarCraft, the original StarCraft. What WoW would do was enemies would get right here, because they have no collision with each other, so they're like, flunk. And then they will drift apart, bit by bit. That drives me batty as a tank in WoW. Now, they've actually polished that a little bit, but back in Wrath, that was aggravating when you're trying to get as many mobs together and make sure they're facing the right way and make sure their attacks are going the right way. And they're doing this as you're tanking them. Yeah, exactly like the carriers in StarCraft. It's the exact same code. And, ugh. Anyways, not negative worthy. It's something that was occurring to me while I was dropping my coin and pushing Dancer over the last few days. Because Dancer is so AoE heavy. I have 7 AoEs on Dancer, guys. That's not even a joke. Ooh, that hurt.
Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber. A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation. So potent was her spellcraft, though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I was about to say, I mean, not that I'm the Lich King or anything like that, but let's get her up. Let's go. Hey, we have a few questions for you.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I, for one, always believed.
I wonder.
I know they
Of fallen stars, great power awakens.
I know they basically say that she's not blind. I still wish Ishtola was actually blind. But every now and again I wonder what she sees when she looks at certain things.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost, and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger?
I was about to make a Kingdom Hearts reference, but the game just made it for me. For those of you not familiar, don't worry, this isn't a spoiler. In the Kingdom Hearts setting, there's a concept I call the etchings of the heart, which is where something is engraved in the heart so strongly that its echoes remain even if you don't actually remember. Thus, people can react to things they have no memory of because those etchings are there. This is actually something that the main villain used as part of his plot. He deliberately carved grooves into his own heart so that even when, per his own plan, his memory would be erased, he would still know what to do.
The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided... It would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar.
Yeah, that's my job. Wait.
I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Then you must recall Emmett Selk's dying request.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed Tuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
Yeah, this may sound strange, but I hope they don't reach the same heights of Emmett Selk with their next major villain, which is totally Xenos, by the way. And I don't just say that because I dislike Xenos. I mean that sincerely. Even if it was brand new villain number 387, it wouldn't matter. Villain quality and villain impact really should have a pace to it, just like most other things should. Otherwise, you have this problem, and after a while, this turns into this. You know what I mean? I sorely underestimated the defenses of the ruins. Damn. Tiuna is the reason I took up spellcraft, you know. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine her tomb would be so found, let alone that we would be the ones to have the honor to do so. Thank you, S.A. Ross. We learned nothing of the Ascians, but the potential link between the Echo and the pre-natural star showers is interesting. By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. Yeah, you need a palate cleanser, exactly, Cashel. I mean, I do believe that, legitimately. You shouldn't always try to escalate. Something that... Okay, this is massive spoilers, but... Actually, I guess it's not. Very non-spoilers for Star Trek Discovery Season 3. But by all accounts, keep in mind I haven't watched the show, it looks like they're trying to do exactly that. The main villain arc of Discovery Season 3 seems to be trying to go down in tier from the arcs of 1 and 2, and I think that's a good move. Thank you, Volcanto. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you. Let's go here. Hopefully at some point the rest of the beard will be visible on camera. I mean, it's right here. I can feel it. It's just, you know... Before you leave, I would speak of the teachings of the Forebearers. The legend of Tiuna and her exploits have been told countless times. With each telling there's new flourishes, details, changes are lost. We can never know how she lived, for there were none to see it. But we are now here to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will endure long after you are gone, and though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we will do our best to preserve your story. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we would never misspeak of your heroism. Yeah, I'm still in progress because the shelving. Everything's waiting on the shelving right now. Perish the thought. As long as we're here, none amongst the V's who would not know all you have done for Norbrand. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we have our own tales to tell of the gratitude of the Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. What is that? Oh, that's Zira. I was looking at the bow, like, what is that thing on the dragon's back? I pray you safe travels, as ever. We shall await your return with open arms. Though we learned naught of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Yeah, Valvadrix has probably already guessed my overall thought process here. We have other things we could do Monday, but Monday's going to be a chill day. I'm just going to let you guys know in advance. Before we return to the Crystarium, there is a small matter that would attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to accommodate me? Thank you. After we arrive, we shall have a brief word with Ruinar. You know, it actually irritates me slightly that Ishtola is by far the most attractive of the warriors of the party. Because I can't say that without someone being like, oh, you just like her, she's a cat girl. No! I like her because she has good burns. No, Volcanto. I don't think I really have time, to be totally honest with you. I mean, in 2 weeks, we're doing Cyberpunk, and that's going to dominate the rest of the month. Oh, good to see you. Hey, Ruinar. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I'll ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Ruinar. We haven't the... Please, I insist. It'll only take a moment. Yeah, exactly, von Falkenstein. If I had to pick one of the guys that's most attractive, keeping in mind I'm not into guys, so this is kind of more of a which would I rather be thing. There's not a lot of choice there, really. Alphino is a no. So that just leaves Thancred and Urianger. I'd be more inclined toward Urianger if he would wear proper clothing. And I'm already Urianger, just with better clothing and hair and everything. Better beard, too. Ahem. I must clean my chambers in Slitherbow from top to bottom. If you'd be so kind as to go fetch a broom... Yeah, sure. Look, I'm just saying that Urianger's outfit sucks horribly, okay? That looks much better than Urianger's outfit. And Hildebrand, you love me. You really love me. That's all I'm going to say about that one. A broom for Master Matoya? I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. I forget the over server, but I'm on Goblin. I know that. Hello, Hazardous. I trust Aesir was able to find a broom. I have a broom. Thank you, Valverdrix, for bringing a broom. Good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom this far. No comment. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you, right? Anyway, time I finished cleaving with the help of that broom. Xenos is... ugh, no. Like, even ignoring the armor, if you just look at the face, his face is weird and too ovoid. And his eyes are a little bit too large and just... ugh, no, no, no. No, thank you. Yeah, he looks wrong. I assume that's the point. You honestly didn't think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Ahem. Then some Disney music starts playing. A time to rise, to sweep and... to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound until no dust is to be found. In one particular respect, I have no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. Eva net niage, Valverdrix. In future, he may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I will dearly miss this place, these people. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Poor Runar. He was cool, I remember him. He was cool. Yes, give in. She's already called herself a seeker of knowledge. I mean, come on. And she's a black mage. Something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything's fine. I assure you. It's just been a long day. I see. Y'shtola, thank goodness you're here. Wild Bulverines are attacking. Alphino? I thought you were following Ardbird. Ardbird. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seemed determined to traverse every ilm of Norvrent in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there's no denying his words have struck a chord with many. I won't agree with this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, unto no good end. I see no reason to think this is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen Warrior of Light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbow. Alize, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can let them do now is rest, and I believe we're about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with the would-be Warrior of Light. And can we just start calling him Elidibus instead of Ardbert? Like, they keep using the word Ardbert. That's just going to make people more confused, especially if anyone listens in on our conversation. Like Runar, who's right here. Our best chances of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returning from the Empty and have taken up the search. Reen believes one may lurk beneath the boughs of Woven Oath. And that's where we'll start our search. Master Matoya. Yeah, exactly, Velvetrix. That sounds horrible, Hazardous. I didn't even do that much. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. Sorry, Runar. I'll come visit, but she will not. No, it's okay. It's less gross than you're thinking. They get a stew, or they get a stool, like a footstool. They grind it up a whole bunch. Let it sit in some warm broth for a while. Where am I going? But yeah, I worked full-time and did college full-time, and that was insanity. I would literally never recommend anyone do that. It was horrific. I can sense no other Sin Eaters in the area. Hope this means Ardbert will be coming this way soon. Hey, Thancred.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
Why can't I have the white and gray and black version like his? Why do I have to have... whatever. I can't dye my armor, guys. It's terrible.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the Empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world, so we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Yes, Eden's going strangely, guys. I don't know how yet, but we'll find that out probably after the lunch break.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
Huh. It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
I wonder if you wish Sito were here. He's gonna catch that, though.
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense.
You have no one to play for, and I've already figured it out, buddy.
After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive.
Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emet-Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
Interesting.
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least. And 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emet-Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emet-Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
As long as you don't make me do any more chores.
Keep that up and I'll send you to bed without supper.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
I actually agree, Valvedrix. Distinction of approach is important. This is something I actually brought up during the Star Trek rewrite, if you'll remember. I was talking about how I wanted Sulu to be clearly distinct in approach to the other captains. After all, if he wasn't, he would just be the same captain but another actor, and that's unacceptable. So it is nice that they're... Because if you're paying attention, the three biggies, La Habrea, Elidibus, and Emmett Selk, are all quite distinct in their approach. Disdain and obfuscation. What is thy true design, emissary? Tancred told me what La Habrea did to him. I can't imagine what he's feeling right now. I hate to leave him like that. Gods, I can't even let a man rest in peace. Aren't these, like, 17 years old? Alizé and Alphino? Am I the one who sees the irony in Ardbert calling us puppets? No, I caught that too. Would that I had found the words to deny Elidibus, yet we are so much more than he believes to be. And yet... One of my favorite interactions, by the way. Emmett Selk comments on how people unhesitatingly offered themselves up to be sacrificed to save the rest. And then he asks Alphino directly, would your people do the same? And Alphino is just like, oh. Like, I'm understating it, but it's a good damn scene. I actually agree, Cashel. I don't know if that was planned, but La Habrea is clearly the one who went mad. Whatever direction you want to go with that, he's just gone, in my opinion. And we'll decide that whenever we get back there, whenever we cover it, but yeah. Anyways, Alphino has the right of it. Let's go to Ondo. Which is here. But yeah, no. I imagine this is mostly retconning, which, again, is not necessarily a bad thing. Retcons can be a good thing. What time is it? That is a carbuncle. Hanging out there. This place feels much less ominous than the first time we were here. Then again, we have the shadow. Didn't have the shadow of your. We did have the shadow of your impending death hanging over us. Don't be shy now. Perhaps we could look on Posh while we're in the area. Yeah, maybe not. I'm glad to have the opportunity to visit the temple again. It's so lovely here. It's like a different world entirely. Mayhap we shall find the secrets we seek in these depths, should their keepers consent to aid us. The last time we were here, the Ondo sent us to slay a massive creature. Just twice as large as Leviathan, twice as angry. Yeah, it was only half as large. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come singing something for us? Well, it's a behind-the-scenes retcon, even if it makes sense on camera, TV Collapse. That's why I call it a retcon. Because it is. They did change their minds, and they readdressed it. That's why I distinguish between a good retcon and a bad retcon, too. But that's also an unrelated topic. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I'm afraid we can spare none to guide you there. What circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Nynya litter. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We lost much in the flood. While others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Well, I wouldn't know, Omega Legion. I'm only in the second zone. However, they did release a short story, which wasn't a retcon at all, but absolutely confirmed that I was right about everything, which was incredibly satisfying, by the way. Because during the WoW lore run, there were constantly people being like, oh, you're just a fanboy of the Lich King. Oh, you're wrong. And no, my analytical mind did accurately ascertain the truth. Thank you. Anyways. Revenge, as they call it when they prey upon your kind. But do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would be that we had warriors to challenge them. Oh, it's not one theory, it's more like 5, Omega Legion. I don't have time for it right now. It's just a bunch of stuff about the nature of how undeath work in Warcraft. I was totally right about. And it's really satisfying to have been so accurate about all of it. Anyways, this is not the first time they have stolen from us. There is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate to the hunt. Unless we reclaim the liver for you. Seems fitting payment for information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are partly responsible for the deeds of those driven desperate to end, to desperate ends. Yes, okay, fine. Let's go get the things. Let's go help them. Agreed. Let's go. We will be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers to the Flounder's floor. Be careful, there's no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we'll have to take care not to draw their attention. Shall we? How far away is this? I guess I could talk about it a little bit on the route there. I'll try to summarize. The nature of the fact that there's a separate entity in the Lich King that isn't any of the individual Lich Kings. They call it the Essence, capital E. If you remember, I called it the Essence of the Lich King. If you remember, I used that term distinctly throughout the WoW lore run to distinguish the Lich King essence from the actual people. So that was confirmed. The nature of how controlling undeath works. The fact that you can exhibit control over local undeath, but it diminishes the further away you are, and it requires personal reserves of strength to do so. I was right about that. The nature of how undeath alters the personality. I was right about that. And, of course, my personal favorite, the fact that with the full strength of the Helm of Domination, the total control the Lich King can exert over the undead is absolutely mind-bogglingly absolute, and the Lich King, the third Lich King specifically, was actively willing undead to have free will. I was right about that one, too. I feel like there's actually one I'm forgetting there. It's a good short story. I recommend it. I need to care. Yeah, as I say, they stole wheat? That's confusing. Oh, come on. You're gonna die. I've been thinking about that too, Omega Legion. I don't know if you noticed, but all of the transformed minions of the Jailer all are wearing armor that is astonishingly similar to the Lich King's iconic armor, aka the armor that was first clawed upon Death Knight Arthas. Oh yeah, while I'm on the subject, although this I think was confirmed earlier, but it's also confirmed that, you know, there's a difference between, you know, Type 3A undead and Type 3B undead. So that's nice and confirmed now. Liver is not a vegetable? Guys, liver's not a vegetable. That's what the text box just said. Thank you for not spoiling. I'm nowhere in Shadowlands. My life has been consumed by FF14 lately. And work in general. Not a complaint. Well, I mean, it is actually a complaint, but it is just what it is. Like, I'm not even going to take a lunch break, because I'm going to be working on this. Livers! Are those them? Aww. Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Kalusian storehouses as well as the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. Oh no, I'm gonna eat, I'm just not gonna actually take a break and rest my eyes. I need to level. We can discuss this after we see the liver safely back to Toll's Oth. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Yeah, if I might be so bold, the fact that... Good night, Omega Legion. Have a good one. The fact that we had to hit 71 yesterday actually was a significant interruption in my schedule. Like, we lost some time thanks to that. I was intending to get far more done in the Boja yesterday and didn't. I do appreciate your guys' helps, by the way, if I haven't said it before. Use a pot to level. No. Have a squelching bag of livers, sir. Our precious livers, I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuff from Kalusia at the Founder's floor. Tell me, Tolzoth, does that seem odd to you? It's brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of the rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Kalusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone's realized what happened. The Ilmorian army has been investigating, but to no avail. Yeah, the Ilmorian army. Perhaps the one reason they have struggled so far is their quarries of the sea. The true question, then, is what we are to do about it. Much as I'd like to proceed to the ruins without delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe the ruins are in fact the key to the Benthos' plans. How apropos! These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs the Benthos are prepared to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in the light of the knowledge they have been stockpiling resources, it's clear the Queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young, and food for both Queen and hatchlings. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There's only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It's not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. Well, if they're planning war, that changes matters considerably. Let's go kill them! Let's go! Indeed, killing them we must. I doubt this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes, once you reach its depth, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the seafloor. There you will have come to know... That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt they will show you the way forward. I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lies deeper still beyond Amarot, I would call upon the assistance of another. As I say, this feels like leading into a dungeon, which is good, because I kind of was hoping to get to the dungeon and then chop off. And then get hit. Though our course has been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Sullen, that we might seek an audience with him once more. And get shot again. All these being shot, God. Bye. Sure. Oh, I've thought about it, Hazardous. Because at this point, I could because I don't actually have the green screen, I could green screen all sorts of things. Just for fun. Like, for example, one thing I could do is I could do... Wrong one. Where is it? There we go. Just do something like this. Too much. Hang on. That didn't work. And then I could put something, you know, you could kind of see the void there. And I could just be like this. Here, give me a sec. There we go. It overshadowed again. See? And I can just kind of be here amongst the void, such as it is. Where's that offset? Oh, I see the problem. Just do that. There we go. Perfect. This is me now, guys. Can't even see my eyes. Of course, my preview is pretty small. From here we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I shall myself proceed apace on foot. You perfected your technique then? Just so, the water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase, fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned, truly. Yoshi, ironically, is just fine. Oh, hush, I'm sure it'll be brilliant. You got this, Urianger. He doesn't have this at all. Consider me surprised. I'm actually legitimately surprised by that. Wow. There. It's okay, Urianger. You got this. Well. For the love of... Yeah, I'm with Thancred on that one. Really? Really? My apologies. My technique requireth the purest of focus, and mine 'twas lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Foth and their aid mind... And with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. Poor Urianger. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit towards the end there. Maybe you're simply tired? Thancred? Nothing, just dizzy spell. Though it might not be wise to go for another swim right now. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree. It's called a boat. You know, I just realized. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. I must admit, I've been keen to attempt walking on water myself, though I know what Alize would say. I'll stick to swimming, thank you very much. Before you make some quip about age catching up with me, you'd be out of breath too if you had to drag Urianger out of the sea without so much as a warm-up. What sort of dealings with the Floth, I wonder? Do you really think those two are alright? Maybe we should take a moment to rest. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than in mine experimental magics. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste, it will be done. Time to play Mario Galaxy. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so, even though I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Lore and I are more than capable of that. Come on, let's go. With Kojin's blessing, we'll have done in moments. And better than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you left the left. Take the left, let's go! I am in your debt. The things I endure as a warrior. So apparently, the cutscene after this is super long, and we're already into my lunchtime. So I'm going to go ahead and chop off right here.